Hello all you chill cats, killer kittens, and variations thereupon. We are back with some more Pentiment today, and I have put some of the illustrations on my face from the borders of the book, and they don't look amazing, but it's fine because the illustrations in the borders of the book look weird as well, so it works pretty okay, I think. Anyway, let's get into it. Okay, so we're going to continue. Time to get back to work. Is the volume on here? Nope, no. It's all the way down. There we go. Okie dokie. So, we are investigating a murder. We are investigating the murder of the Baron, I think. Kind of. No, really. Not officially, but you know. Let's have a look in the diary. Journal. Oh jeez. So we've done through the flood. Yep, so he rang the church bells. The brother and sisters discovered Lorenz murdered in the chapter house. Brother Piero kneeling nearby with a bloody knife. I can't make sense of it, but the abbot has ordered me to leave until tomorrow. Brother Florian promised to let me covertly attend his examination of the body later today. Until then, he thinks I should sit down for a good meal. I should see if the Drex ever placed me at that table. I think I did. During the dinner with Klaus and Marie, we talked about 4 people who seemed to have a problem with the Baron. Lucky, Steiner, and the widow Kempton, Mother Cecilia, and Prior Frenrick. I know that I'm not pronouncing that right. Ferenic? I should talk to each of them to see if any of them could truly have a motive to kill the man. Brother Florian asked me to be present during the inspection of the Baron's body. Alternatively, I can begin an investigation by following other leads. I didn't. I went to the inspection of the body. The abbot doesn't want me around, so if I decide to go see Brother Florian, I'll have to get his attention by throwing a small rock at the window of the infirmary. I should find someone to share supper with. Okay, so these are just the quests. I didn't visit Smokey in the forest, I don't think. It's getting late. I should head back to the Goodness and get some sleep. I have a lot of work ahead of me and I'm going to figure out who really killed the Baron. Okie dokie. Wait, what's this? The Baron and the nun. I was able to find an entrance to the library beneath the abbey. A false relief opened in a door that revealed a stairwell leading up to the floor of the library. Now I just have to go inside after the nuns have left. Mother Cecilia reacted poorly to the Baron's appearance at the abbey. Did she have something to do with his murder? I should find out what the history is. She's usually in the Prior's house in the convent. So are these ones that I didn't do properly? Or are these ones that I've completed? Occult hands. They must be ones I've completed. Okay, nope. I need to figure out what the meaning of the cipher. Frenrick. I'm gonna keep calling him Frenrick because I can't. Frenrick. I'm gonna mess up and call him Frenrick, but Frenrick. Wrote in the scriptorium. He used a volvel while writing it and took it with him. He can't keep it in his robes all the time, can he? In Pharynx. I discovered the volvel he was holding when he deciphered the manuscript. I can use this. I discovered the the volvel before I noticed him doing the cipher. H.I. Gerhard. Latin for here lies Gerhard. I should check his grave. Prior Frederick has been acting strangely since the Baron arrived. I should talk to him to find out if there's something going on between them. He's usually at the scriptorium. I was able to find the entrance to the library through... Okay. I already read that part. Oh, is that all that I've got? Attila Captain curses the Baron when we were walking through the meadow. I need to find out why she hated him so much. But his house is next to France. Bar. Bear. Bar? Bower. Bower? Bow. Bower. I don't know how to pronounce names. I should talk with Lucky to find out what he was arguing with the Baron. He's usually working next to his house near the north of town. North of the town commons. And the Baron's man, Michaelis, has departed for Innsbruck to request the presence of the most revered Jacob Essler, Archdeacon of Freising. He will be gathering evidence about the murder and interrogating those of us who might have information. Okie dokie. Oh, a baby! Infant son of Martin and Brigitta. That's the doctor, the shitty doctor. Oh, those are all the extra people I know now. Okay. So, Amber! Hi, how are you doing? So good to see you. Ursula. Under... Yeah, she doesn't talk much. Eva. Hello, Andreas. Morning, I hope the day is treating you well. Well enough. Though there's too much to do and not enough hours to do it all. The storm made a mess of the town, and there's leaks in all the roofs of the homes. And then there's all that wool. Lord. Good. I'm so glad to hear. This game has cute animation style. It does. It's set in like very early 16th century, and like these illustrations I currently have on my face are based on some of the illustrations that are around the borders of like the frame when you find a definition of something or when you switch between scenes. Specifically because the main character, Andreas, who we play, works as an illustrator at a scriptorium. Like illustrating books, so it's very good. There's a lot of good little details in this game. It's just, and the story is really interesting, and the characters are great. It's just there's so much to like about this game. I would highly recommend it. I think it's definitely worth the full price, but I think right now it is on sale for a brief period of time. Are the youths near to lambing already? Lambing does... I know when lambing happens in Australia. I don't know when lambing would happen in Europe, though. I don't think it would be the same time. You noticed? Yes, they're about due, so we sheared them last week. What a trial that was. Yeah, it would be. I must have spent ages washing it all. Have you ever smelled wet, dirty wool? Ugh, there's nothing worse. I have smelled it. There are worse things, I would say. Have you ever smelled the inside of a sheep's rumen, maybe? That's a lot worse than, like, wet sheep wool. Just say. The insides are a lot more stinky than the outsides. Now that it's clean, we've got to spin it, and that takes an age on its own. Lord, I don't know where I'll find the time. Surely you won't be doing it by yourself. Sometimes I forget you are from Nuremberg, Andreas. Clara, Hetty, Veronica, Cat, even little Ursula will be there. Though she makes mischief more than she helps. Yeah, I don't know these people. Hetty, Veronica, and Kate? Cat. I don't think I've met any of these people yet. I've definitely heard of Veronica before, I think, but I haven't met any of them. At least the work goes quickly with the women working together. Lively conversation helps pass the time. Sometimes we even get visitors. Ooh, visitors. What kind of visitors? Sometimes the men in town will come by to say hello. Peter, Georg, perhaps even Otto. Ava likes Otto. Given Otto's age and the status of the other woman in town, he must be there to see you or Veronica. Didn't realize men were invited, might I visit? I'm gonna say this first one. Probably you. Maybe so. Who's to say? He's a perfect gentleman, perhaps too much of one, but I shouldn't be telling you that. It's nice. I enjoy spending time with him. Is he quite a bit older than her? I mean, like, I think that she's technically still, like, very young. Like, she's living at home and is unmarried, but I think that she's a legal adult. And Otto still seems fairly young. I'm gonna ask the second one. I don't want to offend her. He's quite a bit older than you, isn't he? Though I suppose that's not unusual. It's not unusual to have fun with anyone. He's not so old, and he works hard, cares for his father, and he is rather handsome, that's true. Clara would have a fit if she heard me talking to you about him. Oh, you should visit while we're spinning. While we're spinning, Andreas. Johann Bauer will be there to keep an eye on us. As long as you stay outside, I can't see what harm in you visiting would cause. Alright, count me in. I'm pleased to hear. Everyone will be glad to see you, and I always appreciate your company. We meet at Johann Bauer's home. Come by in the morning or afternoon and speak to Johann. I should get back to work. It was a pleasure running into you, Andreas. Be well. Clara. I gotta attend the bee. The spinning bee. I hope we'll see you at the spinning bee, Andreas. It'll be fun to have you spinning with us, Andreas. Look at all them chopping vegetables. Peter. Andreas. Big Jog. Hey, Andreas. Town comments. Hello, Andreas, says Andreas. Who do I need to visit again? I've already forgotten. Okay, that's the spinning bee. Some of the peasant women have invited me to spin wool with them and share in a little gossip about the town. I could learn something about who could have wanted to kill Lorenz, the woman. Meet at Johann Bauer's house just off the commons. I should let Johann know I want to attend. Oh yeah, I found out about more people. Catherine Cat Bavarian. The wife of Franz, mother of Martin, Cat suffers under her husband's oppressive presence, but is well liked by the other townsfolk. Okay, that's all the people. Maps. Just off the commons? Where is it? It must be one of these ones. I'll go that way. That's Ulrich. God bless you, Andreas. Anna. Hoi. Garrett. Hello, Andreas. Lucky, there you are. Hello, Andreas. Something you need? Something occurred to me while we were eating. Andreas, I have things to do. Father Thomas needs me to help out at the church. After that I'm going fishing with old Otto. Oh, there he is, old Otto. So if you don't need me to repair a wall or fallen chimney, then leave me be. I can see you're busy, so I'll keep it brief. I'd hope to ask you a few questions about Baron Rothvogel. I don't think so. Why not? I don't want to. You're a grown man, that should be reason enough for you. I saw you shouting at the Baron when you arrived at Tassing. What was that about? Andreas. See, I wanna ask him questions, but I don't want to push, and I feel like this is not necessarily the right course of action. I'm gonna say it anyway because I want to try to get him to open up a bit more. If you had no part in his death, you shouldn't mind answering a few simple questions about him. You think I'm stupid? You're twisting my words around already. Maybe you'll try to see me killed with them. Lucky you already told me. He doesn't want to talk about Lawrence, but it's clearly argued over something important, or Lucky wouldn't be so hostile. Lucky is known to be an honest man. Maybe I can push him just a little more. Though I don't suppose he'll take kindly to my suggesting he's a murderer. Alright, I won't press you more. Good day, Andreas. He was not being forthright with me, and he seems eager to get away. If I wait here, maybe he'll leave and I can observe his actions. But should I do it now, it will probably take a while. I'll observe Lucky later. I have other things I want to do. Lucky is definitely not top priority list. Agnes. She is the only one here. Let's pet the cat. That's a weird meow that that cat is making. What's the Drucker house? Morning, Andreas. I'm lost. Maybe they have a farm. Probably a farm, right? Let's just check out over here. Hello again, Maler. Your presence at the examination of the Baron's body was most unwise. I warned the abbot of your activities. He was not pleased, to say the least. You didn't really have to do that, Lana. What father could climb up his own ass for like a... I didn't imagine you to be such a brown-nosing tattletale. I did though, but I'm gonna call him that anyway. You fall to insults easily, don't you, Maler? Hard to base. I can tell why the abbot has taken a dislike to you. I care about his opinions as much as I care about yours. Since you clearly have nothing to say, I must ask you to leave. Unlike some, I have a lot of work to do. Goodbye. Can I go into your house, though? Nope. Must be a farm. There. Hans! Hello! Johan. Andreas, I was just wondering when you'd turn up. The Gegel said you'd come and watch them spin. between you and me, Hetty's not about to let you go once she's got you in her claws, so I hope you've got a few hours to hunker down and get comfortable. I'm happy to spare a few hours. Hetty will be glad to hear it. She's got a fondness for you, heaven knows why. And I can't just let you inside amongst the unmarried girls, being unmarried yourself. But you're welcome to watch through one of the windows. You don't need to worry about me. Good. Nothing matters more for a young woman than her reputation, and Ava and Veronica won't be getting a poor one on my watch. That idiot never did see trouble. He didn't want to jump in feet first. You don't think he's gone to Innsbruck? I'm gonna keep listening. No, Innsbruck's gotta be small time. Lord no, Innsbruck gotta be small time. The little shit. To the little shit now. Ooh, don't forget to stay hydrated, everybody. You'd think he had something more exciting in mind. It's a big world, perhaps he intends to explore it, or escape. That nobleman was just murdered up at the Abbey. Yeah, spinning by hand. Yeah, Jesus Christ. Martin picked an awfully convenient time to run off. Oh, so Martin ran off immediately after. So he stole a whole bunch of shit and then took off. Oh lord. Andreas was friends with the nobleman. Do you think Martin could have, you know. I'm not ruling anyone out just yet. It just doesn't seem like Martin. Martin might be a thief, but I don't think he's a murderer. He's a coward at heart. This is true. Do you think he takes a brave man to commit a murder? This is also a good point. Not a brave man, but a bold one, and Martin is not that! Here's your problem, Cat. What do you think? Could he have killed that man? This is a matter best left to the proper authorities, not a spinning me. Imagine being tried by a gaggle of peasant women. That's unkind, Johan. It's the truth, isn't it? Doesn't matter if it hurts your feelings. She's right, Johan, you're being unfair. Remind me, Andreas, whose house are we in? Oh, lay off him, Johan, Jesus. Andreas, if you're just going to stand around, how about I put you to work? If you're going to gossip with the girls, you might as well spin with them too. Oh, he's gonna hand me this one? How does this work? Draft wool from the distaff and twist, tie it, and then tie the yarn onto the spindle. Once there's enough yarn on the spindle, collect it all at the bottom and begin again. Draft, twist, spin, collect, repeat. You'll figure it out. Oh hell. Oh. Shit. No, but like, I've got it. It wasn't spinning it tight enough. Do you know what? I took Ursula to play with Gret's daughter the other day. And there was a strange man in the bakery. Was he polite to you? I can't believe Ulrich would stand for anything less. He was very reserved, dark-skinned, quite tall, wearing a tunic. He liked the rye bread, I remember. Who is this man? Why am I just now hearing of him? I believe he's staying at the Abbey. Oh, they must be talking about Sebek. That must be Brother Sabat, sorry. And Brigata and I saw him walking up there after visiting the shops. He seemed lost. There he is. I love this guy. Where's he from? Does he speak German? Christ, I hate being the last to know. This is inconsistent. You know, I saw Big Jorg talking to that nun again. The young one. Huh, who can blame him? God damn it, Johan! He knows she's trouble. I told him to stay away. She's very pretty, isn't she? In a mean way. Pretty in a mean way, wow! Pretty perhaps, but all nuns are the same. He knows better. When has it ever stopped Big Jorg from doing anything? We have plenty of pretty girls here in town. My Veronica's not half bad. Mom! Let's not give Andreas any ideas, eh? Brigada has been spending a lot of time at her mother's house lately. Agnes is glad to have her home, and Lucky's always treated her like a daughter. But I can tell they're concerned. Are Brigada and Martin having trouble, Veronica? That's one word for it. Brigada does what she can, but nothing pleases Martin. He won't lift a finger for her or Wolf. He's such an asshole. Well, that's not his business, is it? Women's work and all that. Fuck you, Johan. You ever see him doing much men's work, Dad? I can't say I've ever seen him do much work at all. Perhaps Lucky can talk some sense into Martin. He's always been a devoted husband and father. Lucky Steiner is the model of what a man should be. Is everyone behaving themselves in here? Oh, Otto! Oh, it's you. Afternoon, Otto comes to see everyone special. And comes to see anyone special? Hello, Otto, it's good to see you. I heard laughing from the road, and I knew all of you had been up to no good in here. And look, there's Andreas. Have you been minding your manners? Old Johan here is a real stickler for propriety. I fear I've been yoked to the wheel of propriety my entire life. I've been mostly listening, actually. I think these women know just about everything that happens in Tassing. My Hetty's got a little birdies in every eave. Are you calling me a gossip? Are you pretending not to be one? Whoa! Ugh. Say nothing. Not amused, Andreas? I don't suppose you're much of a family man. Being an artist. Maybe you should learn a little bit about honest working. You should get a family for yourself. Johan is so rude. We all know you work hard in the fields, Johan. No need to boast. He works hard in other places too. Oh my god, Hetty. Mom, I agree. My god. You've been in town a few months, Andreas. Got any burning questions you've been meaning to ask? About Keirsau Abbey. Clara mentioned the abbot suddenly started raising taxes. Clara mentioned about the abbot suddenly started raising taxes. Raising them and changing their terms, yes. When Father Matthias was in the abbot, he would let us pay a portion of our taxes in crops. Naturally, the shit-for-brains abbot put an end to that this year. Even if our crops fail or produce less than we'd like, we still owe the abbey for the use of the land. Doesn't make any sense. How can he raise our taxes when the price for our grain does not rise too? Where does he think the money comes from? He doesn't think about the common folk at all. If it's not his abbey, it's not his problem. What about the miller? Doesn't he have to pay some part to play in that as well? What about the miller? It is. I'm not going to say it's not his problem because it is to act as if the abbot who is creating these rules, that it's not his problem if the people can't are like literally physically not able to abide by them. It kind of is his problem. He forced the situation on them. So I don't actually believe this statement, but I'm going to ask about the miller. Reinhardt tries a hard bargain and he won't give us a better deal just because the abbot raised our taxes. What we need is access to more land. Trying to bargain with Reinhardt won't get us that. Reinhardt is not a kind man and he does not negotiate. He might if you carry a lot of debt, but his bargains are cruel. We pay him even before the abbot, though I'm not sure why. Good. I have nothing Christian to say about Reinhardt Miller, so I will say nothing at all. Except that I hope he falls into a fast-moving river during a flood and dashes his brains on the rocks! Jesus Christ, Eddie. Can we talk about something else? Come on, Andreas, surely you've got better questions than that. About Tassing. The anchoress in the church, do you know much about her? Oh, Sister Amelie. Oh, heck. You know her, Veronica? We're not dear friends or anything, but sometimes she has these fits, you know? And Father Thomas isn't there in time. I'll have to wait with her until he arrives. Since when? I didn't know anything about this. Oh, and here I thought you just adored the church building. You're so funny, Veronica. Don't make it sound weird. She's nice and sometimes someone should be there when she's in pain. That's all. Father Thomas told me that she receives visions from God. She's been blessed by the Lord. I wonder if she may have arthritis. The joints swell and become painful to move. Father Thomas suggests that her body was in a great deal of physical pain in addition to her spiritual pain. My grandmother was similarly afflicted. It was terrible for her. God rest her soul. I prefer my blessings to come in the form of golden. She's been in Tassing for near on a decade, hasn't she? Since I was a girl, certainly. We've grown up with her, in a way. The woman in the maze is like something from a tale of knights and monsters. She's trapped in a box. I don't think there's anything romantic about that. Aren't you a little know-it-all? Didn't realize you were an expert. Don't know about you girls, but I'm sick of this wool. I'm sure we've got enough. I'm sure we've all got other chores to get to. Glad to have that over with. Now I don't have to think about wool for a whole year. Oh, I was having such a nice time. Certainly learnt a lot. Yeah, she's married to the miller, I think. No, not the miller. Somebody else. He doesn't treat her very nice. I've certainly learnt a lot. Poor cat. Care for an escort home, Ava? I'd like that, yes. I expect everyone will be on their best behaviour going home. They always are. Johan, please. Andreas, I'll see you at home for supper. Perhaps, I'm not sure what my plans are this evening. This is very illuminating. Thank you all for letting me join you. Thanks for coming by, Andreas. Come back anytime. Unless you come on Abbey business. Don't threaten him with a good time, Johan. I should find someone to eat with. I attended the spinning bee at Johann Bauer's house. I gained some clarity on various tensions in the town, including that Martin Bauer is known thief, though the women agreed that he likely doesn't have the temperament for murder. Okay, so I finished that quest line. Wonder whether I can see... Eddie. Hey Andreas, do you have dinner plans? You should join us for a meal. Maybe another time. If you say so. I want to see if Attila will talk to me. She won't talk to me. Amaris, hi, how you doing? I am loving Pentiment so far. I've drawn some of the illustrations of my face. That's right, France is her husband and he's not very nice. Hey Maler, you seen my son? I saw him running from the Abbey Thursday morning, actually. That fucking rat! That layabout was asleep when I went into the fields. He told his mother he was sick. He'd say anything to you, like where he was going. He told me to eat shit, actually. God damn it, how many times have we told him? Ugh. Must be his mother's influence. No, it's not. He sure as shit didn't learn this behavior from me. Are you sure? Are you certain? Are you certain he did not learn this shitty behavior from you? If you see him again, will you tell Kat? She's driving me crazy about it. I'll let Kat know if I run into him. Good. Until later, Maler. Until then. Oh, forgot to ask. You hungry? Want to eat with the family? Perhaps another time. Fine. Poor Cat. Hello, Master Maler. Sorry to cause you trouble, but have you seen Martin recently? He wasn't feeling well, so I let him sleep until prime. Monastic hour during the first hour of daylight, one of the little hours of prayer. But when I came to check on him, he was gone. I saw him Thursday morning. He ran through the meadow while I was on the way to the Abbey at prime. I don't know why I would lie to her, but he said he was sick. And what was he doing in the meadow? He hardly ever goes out there. It always makes him sneeze. He seemed to be running from the Abbey. Why do you ask? He has a history of making poor decisions. Like stealing. Baron Rothvogel's manservant believes Martin may have stolen some of the Lord's rings. Lord have mercy. That must be where he's gone to sell them. Oh Martin, how could you? Is it possible he could have killed the Baron? See, like, I already kind of learnt that. Do you know where he's likely to have gone? The last time he ran off, it was to Innsbruck. But I don't know. I don't know. He could be anywhere. What if he's attacked on the road? I'm sure he'll be alright, Cat. I pray to God that you are right. I'm sorry. This is not your trouble. Thank you for speaking to me. Was there something else? I don't want to impose, but if it wouldn't be too much trouble, please let me know if you see Martin. I'm so worried for him. Of course, Cat. Thank you, Master Maler. Be well. I don't actually want to join you guys for a meal. I just wanted to say hi. Who do I want to join for a meal? Who do I need to talk to? I tried to talk to Lucky. Attila won't talk to me. You know what? Before I eat, maybe I can sneak into the church. Maybe I can sneak into the library. I don't want to go to the mill. I'm going to talk to Thomas, though. God be with you, Andreas. No, he doesn't want to talk to me. Meadow. Funny! Dill! My good man. Hello, Master Maler. Just gonna check on Smokey. Back glove. Hey, Master Maler. Did you need something, Master Maler? No, but thank you. Okay. What is over here? Okay, it's a church. Check if anybody's at the shrine. Nope. It is quite old. Maybe I'll join Smokey for lunch. Go into the guest house. Check who's here. Hello. Oh, pet the pupper. Pet the pupper. Pet the pupper. Yes. Love it. Beautiful. I got a Steam achievement for that. Oh, what's this? A letter to the Baron from Prior Fenric? Baronic? Baron Rothvogel. I can't read this language. My god, Lorenz was blackmailing Baronic to get him to perform some kind of occult ritual. What does it say? No wonder Fenric was so unsettled when Lorenz arrived. The Baron could have got him executed for witchcraft. Ah, Master Maler. Would you care to share dinner at my table? I would like to talk to you about my late husband. We should probably have a meal with her. I'm afraid I have other engagements. Maybe I'll come back here. Because this seems like a good place to have lunch. Because I feel like I might get some information from her. But first... to the library, if I can. Oh, this is just me being in the library. When is Compline? 8 PM. So I have to come back at night? Ah, Andreas, what an awful time, awful time. A baron murdered at Keirsau. These are dark days indeed. Brother Pierre, I admit, I would have never thought him the type. What could have possessed him? Pierre is half step from the grave. You really think he could have killed a man in his prime? School your tongue, Andreas. A murderer he may be, but the man is still your brother in Christ. Envy and pride inspire men to madness, Andreas, even old men. But you have come to me for a reason. Do you need something? I came across an interesting letter from you addressed to the late Baron Rothvogel. What? Where did you get that? Lorenz's manservant, Nicholas. This guy. He thought I might shed light on who killed the Baron. It's not how it looks. He meant to coerce me into performing a ritual to help him with a condition. But I refused, as the letter makes abundantly clear. The Baron's threat remained, and you know how fickle inquisitors can be about what books you choose to read. What led him to believe he could come to you with this request? He was a Rhenish nobleman and a friend to the prince bishop. You were an ordinary monk from Hungary. You're an assistant to the abbot of a bankrupt monastery of a sort. I'm not going to say the mean one. I'm just going to say you're an ordinary monk. What could you have possibly had in common? Books. I am the prior of Keirsau's scriptorium, one of the few of its kind left in Christendom. Modest though the abbey may be, our library contains works on subjects rarely found beyond its walls, certainly not all in the same place. For men of certain academic interests, it's perhaps the only place we may meet and discuss them. Are you a witch? No. I am a scholar and a man of God. How dare you imply otherwise? The Baron's interest was more than academics. And he wished to make it practical. I refuse. There's nothing more to it. The Inquisition is not kind to practitioners of witchcraft. Lorenz could have got you killed. I did not kill Baron Rothvogel. And I do not care if you believe me. It is simply a fact, which the Archdeacon will surely realize. Now, is that all? I have duties I really should attend to. I have a few more questions if you don't mind. Be quick about it. You rushed into the scriptorium and hid something strange in your desk. Pardon? And why were you sneaking about the scriptorium? What was so important you had to be late for terrace? I'm just gonna ignore the sneaking thing. What was it you were holding? I thought I caught a glimpse of astrological symbols. I am academic interest of mine, nothing you need to concern yourself with. Let us seek common understanding, Master Maler, as two brothers in Christ. Please, let's. I love to understand things. He didn't like that. The scriptorium is my domain and you're a guest here. And as long as that is true, I do not answer to you, but the abbot only. Is that clear? If you don't mind me asking, why aren't you the abbot? Are you not better suited to the job given your age and experience? That's not- I will not discuss this with you! Are we done here? For now. Be well, Prior Fenric. Bless you, Master Maler. Defensive and evasive. It certainly is. Ooh, someone was in a hurry to get rid of this parchment. Smells recent, probably burnt more than it was. Probably wasn't burnt more than a day ago. My god, the music suddenly got really loud there. What does the diary say on it? Found a letter in the Baron's belongings. It was from... Is there anything before this? Nope. In it, Fenric said that he would not perform a ritual for the Baron, even though the Baron tried to turn him into the Inquisitor in Innsbruck. Asked Fenric if he knew anything about the Baron's death. He was defensive and evasive, and burned remains of a note in Prior Fenric's house. It's unclear what the contents of the note were, but it was written in a purple ink with exceptionally fine lettering. Interesting. Is there anybody in here? Nope. Cloister. Ah, Sir Pat. Andreas, I am so sorry to hear about what's happening with Brother Piero. I did not know him well, but I find it hard to believe he killed the Baron. He didn't. I'm gonna figure out who did. Do you have any idea who might have done it? Did you see anything? Sadly, no. Most mornings I spend my time reading in the courtyard, but the rain made it impossible. Although the brothers are friendly, I do not know them well enough to speculate. I am sorry. I know it might be far from the mind, but have you considered my offer to eat with your townspeople? The gospel says that man cannot live on bread alone, but from time to time a little bread is required. I need to continue. I really want to eat with you. I'm going to have to come back maybe for dinner. Let's eat dinner. I need to continue looking to the Baron's matter, perhaps later. God give you health. Until later. I'll come back for dinner. I'll ask you to dinner. Infirmary? You don't want to talk to me. You just say, God bless you, Andreas. God bless us, everyone. Oh! Okay, I thought it was going to show me something, but it just zoomed up. Let's go into the shrine briefly. Anybody here? Nobody is here. Gertrude. God bless you, Master Maler. Matilda. God bless you, Master Maler. Margaret. Master Maler. Yes, it is me, sister. Do you think Brother Pierre really murdered the Baron? Do you? I don't know what to think. Father Abbot says the devil sometimes enters men and makes them do terrible things. That's an excuse Father Gnot is using to justify his fears. Do you think the devil could appear here at Keirsau? Yeah, I think the people see the devil where they want to see him. I didn't see the devil, but I think I smelled his odor. The night before the Baron was killed, I woke before matins and smelled something in our dormitory. It was strange, moss and sulfur mixed with frankincense and roses. It moved through the room. I wanted to scream, but I was too frightened. And then it was gone. Interesting. Very interesting. I'm ashamed that I didn't cry out, but I didn't know what to do. I don't know that I would have done any better, sister. That's a small comfort, but thank you. Thank you, Sister Margaret. God bless you, Master Maler. It's very interesting. Sophie! God bless you. The shovel blade. This shovel has blood on the blade, not normal. I think Sister Matilda used it in the garden. I should ask her about it. Sister Gertrude dries all of her herbs here. Dries and stores. Alright, Matilda is right here, so I can ask her about it. God bless you, Master Maler. May I ask you some questions, Sister Matilda? You know, Mother Cecilia doesn't like us talking to men unless it's truly necessary. I have to ask about your shovel. The garden shovel? I wouldn't say it's mine. It belongs to the Abbey. I just use it more than the other sisters. Stay hydrated, everybody. There's blood on it. I recently used it to kill baby rabbits in the garden. The other sisters are too squeamish to do it. Didn't clean it because it was going right back in the dirt anyway. But why bring up the shovel? Oh, I understand. No, I didn't use it to kill the Baron. A man is not a rabbit. Sister Matilda, did you receive a strange note recently? Yes, how did you know? Others have received notes as well. What did it say? Here, look for yourself. Remember what he did, the violence you suffered, the red bird flies, matins. Chapter. Rothvogel, the red bird. I found it in my bed in the nuns' dormitory. You can keep it if you'd like. In your bed? Who could have put it there? The only people allowed beyond the garden are the sisters. I can't imagine any of them making this. Mother Cecilia and Sister Illuminata have beautiful handwriting, but both of them have been so kind to me. Thank you for your time, sister. God bless you, Master Maler. Hi, Magpie. How you doing? Also, I totally forgot to do it before. I'm gonna give Amorous a shout out. Shout out to Amorous. They were in here earlier, and they're a fantastic streamer. Very much enjoy their content. I forgot to give them a shout out when they popped in before. But how you doing, Magpie? Thank you for redeeming Harmonious Meow. I appreciate it. Gonna talk to Sister Cecilia. Well, Mother Superior Cecilia, I guess. Is she still sister, or is she Mother Cecilia? God bless you, Andreas. She is Mother Cecilia. God bless you, Mother Cecilia. Is there something I can help you with? I need to talk to you again about the Baron. How you walked away when the sisters arrived. Given that the Baron was just murdered, it seems worth inquiring about the cause. Why? Do you not trust the abbot's judgment? It's not that. I want to understand what's happened. No, of course I don't. Brother Piero, he wouldn't hurt a mouse. Do you? That's not an answer, Andreas. You must be careful how you ask and answer questions right now. The abbot does not want anything to interfere with the Archdeacon's investigation, and that includes you. Then help me. Help you what? Blame someone else for the murder? You know that Piero did not murder the Baron. It had to be someone else. That I will not condemn someone else to death. In doing nothing, you are allowing Brother Piero to die. Is that any better? I'm not asking you to condemn someone to help me understand what happened. I'm gonna say in doing nothing. Hi there. Yes.
Well, the cat's out of the bag.
Shout out to Cactus Corbett, aka Magpie. I am doing well. How are you doing? And Pentiment is going amazingly well. I enjoy this game a lot. There's a lot of like nuance to it, and a lot of good stuff going on in terms of the artistic style and how true it stays to sort of the vibes of the early 16th century. The illustrations on my face are like from the borders around the book that this is kind of staged in. I love this game. I am loving this game, and I wish that I could just like sit here and play it from start to finish, just like all at once. But I just do not have the mental capacity to do so. Also, I think that it's like 20 hours, so... In doing nothing, you're allowing Brother Piero to die. Is that any better? I am simply a nun. Why do you think I can help you? Lots of energy drink. Energy drink doesn't really help me a huge amount. You know what happens in this abbey better than anyone. I saw how you reacted when the Baron arrived. You must know something about what's going on. You know this abbey better than anyone. Better than the abbot. The abbot sees only the brothers' side. You need to watch over the sisters and know what's happening with the brothers. True. Alright. I did have reason to be concerned about Baron Rothvogel's presence. The Baron caused irreparable harm to one of the sisters on his last visit. The damage was severe enough that she had to leave us for some time. That's why I removed the sisters from his presence as soon as I could. Are there any who may have wanted revenge? I cannot know what is in a person's heart, Andreas. Can I at least speak with the sister who was harmed? No, Andreas, I do not think that would be appropriate. That doesn't help me much if I don't know what happened or to whom. I understand this is less information than you likely wanted, but I do not think I can tell you any more in good conscience. Trust me when I say that the victim of this incident could not have killed the Baron. I need more than that. Are there any records on her on what happened? Yes, we keep records on all the systems in the library.
When the cat is away, the mice come out to play.
Jess! Hi, how are you? Thank you so much for the raid! Oh my gosh! Welcome in, everyone! You were just in Taurus Romance, aka Jess's amazing stream. He does a great job streaming, and I believe he was streaming Black Mirror. Hi, Turquoise Mouse.
The cat's out of the bag.
Did you guys have a fun time? How was the game? And shout out to Jess, aka Taurus Romance, amazing streamer, top quality person. For anybody that do not know, I am Avoticat. I am a variety streamer from Australia, and if my camera can focus, let's flick to here for a second. I'm a variety streamer from Australia, and I like to draw weird things on my face to represent some of the games that I'm playing. I play a lot of point-and-click adventure games and story-based narrative games, and I just like to sit back and have a chill time. A lot of the games I play tend to be a little bit on the weirder side of things, I guess you could say. It includes this one, which is called Pentiment, and it's a fantastic game. I highly recommend it, even though I've only played like a couple of hours of it. But yes, it is a great game, and I'm so glad that you guys are here. You got eager to raid me. Oh, I wanted to be on mod duty again. Oh, Jess, you flatter me. And also, I love that you being a modder on my channel. You're just such a good mod. Yes, let's get back to the game. We keep records on all the sisters in the library. Not that that does you any good, you're not allowed. But I asked Sister Illuminata to see them. She won't give them to you. Our records aren't available for outsiders to look through. How are you and how is your game? My game is amazing. I am doing great. I could not recommend this game highly enough. I'm not sure that it's everybody's vibe, but for anybody that sort of like story-driven narrative games that are sort of more based on choice and discovering things and murder mysteries and things like that, it doesn't have a huge amount of mechanics. It's basically just choosing dialogue options and, like, you know, sort of character analysis and things like that. This is an excellent game for character analysis. I am loving this game. It's called Pentiment. I recommend that people buy it. It is well worth the price. Anyway, I could ramble about this game for ages. I can sneak in on my own. I know that there's a secret entrance in the crypt. I can sneak in on my own, you know. I found a secret entrance in the crypt. Sister Illuminata told me there's a secret entrance into the library. I'm gonna say Sister Illuminata told... No, I don't want to throw her under the bus. I'm gonna say I could sneak in on my own. Don't try it. You'll be caught, and you'd be lucky if the abbot only banished you from the abbey until Judgment Day. What's the length of this game? I think it's about 20 hours. But that's give or take. Yeah, it depends on your playstyle. I'll probably end up, because I don't take the shortest direct route in any of the games I play, so I probably will take longer. A little bit longer than that amount of time. It is lengthy. We're only on chapter 1. I haven't even gotten past chapter 1 yet. So, if that tells you anything. You're probably right. God bless you, Mother Cecilia. May God bless you, Andreas Maler. So we have found some information out. Now I have to sneak into the library at some point. Let's go. I want to see the wife of the Baron, who was murdered. The Baron was murdered, and this is his wife, who I'm going to now have lunch with and have a discussion with. Master Maler, would you care to share dinner at my table? I would like to talk to you about my late husband. Papa! Of course, please lead the way. Chapter 1 indicates we just started. We have just started, but I played like 5 or 6 hours the other day on this on stream, so. Thank you, please sit. Bless us, O God, and these gifts for which you are about to O Lord, and for these gifts which we are about to receive from your bounty. Through Christ our Lord, amen. Amen. I think that's when I came in at the end. Yeah. I find myself rather out of place here without the comfort of the Baron. Thank you for agreeing to share a meal with me, Master Maler. Of course, the honor is mine. You must have been staying nearby to arrive here so quickly. The terrible thing what happened to the Baron. I admit I'm surprised that you wish to speak to me. You must have been staying nearby to arrive here so quickly. You're an observant man, Master Maler. Indeed, I was staying in Innsbruck while my husband visited the abbey. That's frumenty. We'd meant to take a tour of the Alpine towns before returning home in Worms. They live in Worms! Worms! Is it on just on Steam? I don't know if it's other places. I know it's definitely on Steam, but I don't know whether it's... I think it's also on Xbox. I don't think it's on PlayStation, though. Well, return we shall. I'm sorry for your loss, my lady. The sorrow is just the first of many, I'm afraid. Are you married yourself, Master Maler? A woman waits for me in Nuremberg. When I finish my work here, we will be wed. No, and truth be told, I'm not looking forward to the prospect. I am not. That's a shame. There are joys to be found in marriage. You should you care to work for them. And perhaps it is no surprise to you that Lorenz and I became fast friends. I imagine he saw something of himself in you. Oh my. He even gave you one of his pins. He must have been quite fond of you. Unfortunately, he was. Did you mean to say you knew of his excursions? You can still watch here, yes. Rarely have I met anyone... I don't really care if she knew of his misdeeds. I don't think she has anything to do with his death. Rarely have I met someone with such a depth of knowledge and thirst for debate. His thirsts were not limited to his scholarly pursuits, regrettably. So she knew. She's just gonna tell me anyway. His lust for drink and women once afflicted him with great remorse, though such shame faded with time. Lorenz was a flawed man. His various infidelities were no secret to me. But are we not all flawed before Christ? Whale! I loved him as a wife should properly love her husband. We didn't eat much of the quail. But I would not say that we were friends. I only hoped his appetites are not what led him to this end. I've been searching for the answer to that quandary myself. Were you and Lorenz so close that you would trouble yourself so? I fear the abbot and the archdeacon will be led to an inaccurate conclusion by circumstantial evidence. My mentor, Brother Piero, was found with the Baron's body, but I do not believe he killed your husband. If not him, then who? There are many possibilities, both here and at the abbey in town. Your husband managed to cultivate many enemies in his short time here. That does sound like Lorenz. Yeah, poor puppy, he's just whining in the background. He was a man of many opinions, and he gave them freely to all who would listen and to some who would not. This guy sounds like me, but also he is a terrible person who attacked and murdered somebody else one time and sexually assaulted another person, so... The previous abbot, Father Matthias, seemed to appreciate that about him. This new abbot is perhaps more conservative. Father Matthias was an open-minded man from all I've heard, a true scholar. Father Gnot does not share Matthias's passion for the written word, yet endures the expense of it. This is not an RPG, this is sort of more of like a choose your own adventure story. It's sort of more like a graphic novel, really. When you switch between scenes, you actually see the page turn in the book. And when an underlined word comes up, I can show you how the page looks, because these things that I've got on my face are illustrations from that book. To be put in such a position would make any man unhappy. I understand. I wonder what he will make of Lorenz's gift to the Abbey. Wait for her to continue. He had found a book of history of Tassing. He believed it contained some scandalous details. He said it corroborated fears that Father Matthias had expressed, but he didn't want to share the particular findings with me. It is unique. Do your actions have consequences in any way? They do. They do have consequences. Every now and then a thing, you will click a certain option and a little thing comes up that says this will be remembered, very similar to like Telltale games. But it actually has sort of a flow-on effect to the story. For example, right now, we are investigating the murder of the Baron, which is this woman's husband. I think her name is Lady Salamella, or something like that. It's not salmonella, but it sounds like salmonella, or it looks like salmonella. And he was disliked by a lot of people, and currently our friend and colleague and mentor, Brother Piero, who's a monk, he was found with the body, and he did not do the murder. So we're trying to exonerate him so that he is not killed. So we're investigating, and it's important that we figure out who, otherwise Brother Piero will be killed. Her name does sound a lot like salmonella, but I don't remember what it is. Was the appearance of the book particularly peculiar or noteworthy in any way? It was neither large nor small, bound in blue leather. Unfortunately, I never examined it closely. My apologies. I'm sorry I can't be of more help. I have some education, but I lack my husband's thirst for knowledge. If you find the book, hopefully its significance will be apparent. If God wills it. Will you be returning home to Worms soon? Perhaps in a few days. I wait on the arrival of the Archdeacon. When his investigation is complete, I will go. Through the circumstances of my time here are dire. I am in no hurry to return. I'll wait for her to continue. You're a disarming man, Master Maler, and much too easy to talk to. To be frank, I do not know what will become of me when I return to Worms. My title and residency may be in jeopardy. Lorenz and I have a son, but he is young yet. I do not know many legacies that only that my position is at some risk. You're in a difficult position, my lady. I will pray for your happiness. As will I, Master Miller here. Lady Salamia. Not Salmonella, it's Salamia. Stay hydrated, everybody. I am sorry to cut our conversation short, but I fear I must rest. Thank you for having me at your table. Be well, Master Mailer. And whatever anyone says of my husband, I am certain he appreciated your friendship. Similar to salmonella. It does sound similar to... It is salmonella without the L's in between the E and the A. Time to get back to work. I'm gonna give the dog a pat. Pat, pat. Yeah, see, when you go between screens, you see sort of a bit of the borders of the page and some of the illustrations. Oh, hello. Good day, Andreas. Do you need something? Father Abbot said I should help you if you need it. So here I am. There is a matter I need your help with, Brother Wolf, but I suspect there's something hidden in Gerhardt's grave. You think you could dig it up for me? Did you ask Father Gunot? I want to help, but I don't think I should unless he says it's alright. Alright. I'll go talk to the abbot. Volkbert is a kind man and he always wants to help, but he's also very credulous. Deceiving him wouldn't be easy, but it would be a noble lie, Andreas. You're seeking a just end. If the abbot learns you disturbed Gerhardt's grave, Volkbert would be the one who faces his wrath. How severe would the abbot's wrath be after all? Volkbert is only a novice. Surely he would understand that I tricked him and would be lenient, wouldn't he? I'm gonna talk to the abbot. Fine, that's good. Be well, Andreas. Yeah, I don't want to trick him. Let's go to the lodge garden. Well, there you are. Andreas. Dr. Stolz told me you insulted him. You called him an asshole, Andreas. Really? He insulted Brother Florian. I couldn't let that stand. Clearly, you do not understand the grave nature of this situation. I know you and Brother Piero are close. You must trust that if Piero is innocent of the Baron's death, God will reveal as much to the Archdeacon. There is more at stake here than you understand, Andreas. Given that I am not the Lord and do not have perfect understanding of all things, of course that is the case. That may be, but I can't in good conscience let an innocent man face death while the murderer runs loose. What is at stake here, exactly? I'm not going to say this one, because I hate that sentence. I'm going to say the second one. Which is why I've come to you with a request. Absolutely not. But I haven't made it yet. The night the Baron was killed, I forbade you in no uncertain terms from lingering in the Abbey. You undermined me, flattered my authority, I will not stand for it. Actions have consequences, Andreas. You and I are done. Good day. The permission to dig denied. Jeez. What do I do then? Do I have to lie? I may need to convince Brother Volkbert to help me dig the grave. Maybe Otto. Oh, maybe Otto would be willing to help. After talking with Mother Cecilia, it seems unlikely that she will have killed the Baron. Even so, she may be protecting someone else. She said that the Baron hurt one of the sisters years ago. There may be records of her in the library. I need to search the library to find out if there are any records of the nun whom Baron Vogel harmed. I would have to sneak in after the nuns have left for the day at Compline. I just need to find my way in. Easy peasy lemon squeezy. Is there anybody down here? There's nobody here. Can I go into the abattoir? I cannot go into the abattoir. I am forbade from the abattoir. Old Bailey. Oh, hello. Guy, what are you doing here? Good day, Andreas. What are you doing here? Actually, before we do that. There are deep indentations in this parchment. Whoever wrote the page above must have been angry. Wonder if I could make a charcoal rubbing off this page that will reveal the contents of the writing. It's not in English. I did a better job. Aha! Clear as Alpine day. It's a letter to the Baron from Prior Frenric. This must be where Frenric wrote the letter I found in the guest house. Lawrence was blackmailing Frenric. It's the same text. It's a piece of paper on Frenric's desk that had the imprint of a letter on it. I rubbed the charcoal on the paper and revealed the text, which was the letter from Frenric to the Baron. It appears that Frenric said he would not perform a ritual for the Baron, even though the Baron threatened to turn him into the Inquisitor in Innsbruck. True, true, true. I found a shovel that Sister Matilda uses in the garden. There's blood on it. I should probably ask her about it. Sister Matilda claims that the shovel has blood on it because she uses it to kill rabbits in the garden. Are you liking any of the characters? I'm loving all of the characters. There are some that I dislike. Like, what's his face? I dislike the abbot and the prior. I dislike the guy that runs the mill, Reinhardt, and Father Thomas, who is the priest. There's one other guy that I don't like very much. Of course, I don't like the Baron, but he's dead. Oh, and Martin. Martin, when it comes to fictional men, Martin is a terrible name. I have never met a character named Martin who has been a good character. All the Martins I've ever known in TV or film or games have been bad people. But they are interestingly written characters. And I like a lot of, like most of the characters I'm really enjoying. Guy over here is a real asshole though. Thank you for redeeming cat facts, Taurus. I appreciate that. Let me find you a cat fact. Did you know that cats' noses have a unique print, very similar to a human fingerprint? So a cat's nose print is like a human fingerprint. It is individual to each cat. And that is your cat fact of the day. Okay, let's get to work. Fuck you, Frederick. Andreas, may I help you with anything? Found a strange note in your fireplace. It was written in an unusually fine hand. Found others around Tassing with the same hand that appears out of nowhere. It seems to have appeared out of nowhere. That's astonishing. You didn't know that. It is funny the things about biology and physiology and things like that. There's a lot of sort of individual things that each creature sort of has. What were you doing in my home? Aren't we jumpy today? Is there some reason you don't want me in your home, Prior Frenric? Any secrets you'd rather stay hidden? Any person of manners knows better than to go snooping in other people's things. I have nothing to hide. And why burn the note? What was left was difficult to read, but I could make out the red bird martins. There's a strange little thing I found on my desk waking up from the after waking up for martins. It meant nothing to me, so I put it in the fire. You know who might have put it there? Surely it's just a loose scrap, but the hand was handsome, you're correct. Unlike anything penned by the brothers in scriptorium, to be certain. How unsettling. Do you remember what the note said? No, only that I found the contents nonsensical and disturbing. The remaining legible part read, "The Red Bird." Do you know what that could be? Scrap from some bestiary? I couldn't say. My eyes watched the heavens, not the trees. Although, we do not see many red birds at this altitude. The common robin, perhaps, or a swallow? That doesn't matter. I'm telling you, it was nonsense. I know that German isn't your mother tongue, but I don't believe for a moment that you don't know that Redbird is Rothvogel. Enough! It was trash, nothing more, and I have naught else to say about it. One more thing. Who has access to your home? Everyone in this abbey. Well, what does it matter to you? It was just a scrap of paper. I found a similar note in the Baron's effects while Brother Florian was performing his initial examination. But the abbot ordered you to stay away from the abbey. Andreas, your cavalier attitude towards Father Ganot's commands. But don't you find the coincidence strange? No, we operate a scriptorium, Master Maler, and the house perhaps the largest library in Bavaria. We are awash with parchment scraps. They multiply like silverfish between the pages of our books. Are you satisfied now? I suppose that will have to do, thank you. Excellent. Are we done here? I will leave you in peace. Be well, Brother Frederick. Be well, Master Maler. God bless you, Andreas. Brother Piero is gone. I can't go to work. I guess I'm not allowed to work. Andreas, have you seen Brother Radger? No, why? Because he was not at Lord's, and no one has seen him since. Lord's, monistic hour at dawn, one of the two major hours it is used for morning prayer. They pray! Monks and nuns pray 7 times a day, and then once in the middle of the night. It's insane. What do you think? Why do you think I would have seen him? I don't, but I believe that you are responsible for this. What are you talking about? I think he terrified him in the library. He decided it was safer to run. What are you talking about? I think after you terrified him in the library, he thought it was safer to run. What are you talking about? I wasn't in the library. I haven't been in the library yet. Was I supposed to go into the library already? Because I haven't been in there yet. So, I don't know, maybe this game assumes that I'm better at playing it than I am, because, like, I wasn't in the library. I'm so confused. Hang on. Weird. I don't know. I'm very confused about this because I was not in the library yet. I didn't mean to cause him much distress. I don't know what you're talking about. You couldn't have known how sensitive he is. Still, you did threaten him, threaten us. What are you talking about? I wasn't... What are you... I'm so confused. Did I do something in this game to indicate I was in the library when I fucking wasn't? Because, like, I'm very confused. I wasn't in the library and I didn't threaten anyone. I am very confused. I've missed whatever plotline he's fucking talking about. You did threaten us. It was no small thing. I didn't, but okay, go off. If he does not return, or if something has happened to him, I will hold you responsible. That is up to you. I don't know what you're talking about. Seek God, Andre. I do not know what you're talking about, my dude. Oh my god, I am so frustrated. Isn't he right here? What the hell? Wait. This guy that you're talking about that I scared off literally is over here singing. I think maybe his dialogue activated early. Because this is a bit jangled. This is a bit jangled up. I don't think that I was supposed to be having this conversation with Matthias yet, because he's right here! But okay. I'm just gonna leave. What am I supposed to do for work? Maybe I go follow... I'm gonna go to the mill. Maybe I have to go follow Smokey. Andreas. I don't want to look at the mill. Hello. Pet the doggo. Must pet dog. Must always pet dog. What is going on else? Elsie? Hello, Master Maler. Nothing to say to me, huh? Can I talk to the widow? Brigitte! I would wish you a good day, Andreas, but I fear that would be a lie. Yeah, because your husband's run away. The Baron Rothvogel was murdered at the Abbey, have you heard? Heavens above, by who? Surely not one of the brothers. An elder brother was found with a knife, but I do not believe it was him. I'm not sure yet. I intend to find out. Oh lord, Martin, you couldn't have. Don't forget to stay hydrated, everybody. I did see him fleeing the Abbey Thursday morning, right after Baron Rothvogel was murdered. No, don't say such a thing. He would never hurt someone. I can't imagine it. You must admit it looks suspicious. It does, I know, but he has made many mistakes, but he's never hurt anyone. Not me, not his mother, not the animals. Even if many in town do not speak highly of him, I know in my heart that he is a good man. He's not, though. Please believe me. I want to understand who might be responsible for the Baron's murder. And for what it's worth, I don't think it was Martin. I understand. Thank you for hearing me out. I should probably get back to my chores. France will be angry if he sees me shirking. Or talking to an unmarried man. Of course, God willing, Martin to come home soon. He will. You must trust in Providence. Be well, Andreas. Be well, Brigitte. Yes, remember to hydrate. Does Cat have anything to say to me? Hello. Nope. France. Andreas. Can I speak to Attila? Well, if it isn't the late Baron's new best friend. Nice to see you too, Attila. Ha! Sarcasm, how original. What do you want? You must be bothering me for something. I wanted to ask you some questions about Lorenz Rothvogel's murder. Not the first time Fairchant answered my call. You want to know what I think? I'm glad he's dead. I hope whoever kills him gets the abbot next. Maybe burns that entire abbey to the ground. And that's all I have to say about it. What did the Baron do to earn your ire? Has the abbot crossed you somehow? The life of an innocent man is at stake. One of the elderly brothers. Can you spare me a few minutes? I don't think she'll take kindly to that. I'm going to ask what the Baron did to earn her ire. She is harsh, but to be fair, she is a widow. She's an old widow who has nobody left. What did I just tell you, boy? I don't have anything else to say on the matter. Okay, he's going to say it anyway. The life of an innocent man is at stake. One of the elderly brothers. Can you spare a few minutes? You think I care about what happens to some old monk? Idiot. I told you, she wouldn't care. I knew that she wouldn't care. Kill them all. See if I care. Every agent of the church should die. I don't necessarily disagree with her, though. Where is this anger coming from? Is it something I can help with? You shouldn't talk about the church like that. It could bring inquisitors down on Tassing. Where's this anger coming from? Is it something I can help with? No! Well, maybe. I don't suppose those skinny arms of yours can hold more than a paintbrush. I'm not as strong as Otto, but I can lift things and reach high places if that's what you need. Not often someone offers to help out old Attila. Fine, you'll do some things for me. Maybe you'll jog my memory. It's gonna take a while. Lots of things been building up. Things I'm too old to do. You got some place to be? No other plans. I'm all yours for the afternoon. Follow me then. I'm gonna do this. I care more about this than I care about stalking Smokey. Not Smokey, the other one. Lucky. Smokey's fine. It's Lucky that was yelling at the Baron when he first came in. But I don't think it was Lucky. I think it's either the Prior, or it's... I don't even think it's Martin. I'm pretty sure it's the Prior. But if push comes to shove, I am happy to throw Martin under the bus as the most suspicious. They needed to collect some firewood, but haven't been able to muster the energy. Let's gather you some sticks then. No questions, good. He's so slow to pick things up. There are trees Otto's been felling for the abbot. Break off that branch there, on the big one. That's technically poaching Attila. Excellent. I want to say excellent. The forest belongs to us all of God's creatures, not just the church. I know Attila feels like she's been wronged by the abbey, but the woods still belong to the abbot. For concealing it, my investigation into Lorenz's motive could be in jeopardy. If the abbot finds out I helped Attila steal from him, he could make finishing my masterpiece difficult. I'm gonna fail the first one, but if I refuse to help Attila, she might not tell me what happened between her and Lorenz to help make her hate him so much. The way she yelled at him the day he arrived, it must have been serious, but serious enough to kill him? Perhaps I can make a see reason. I'm gonna say the forest belongs to all of us. You got the right, boy. Because that's what I truly believe. I do not give a shit about the abbot. Eat shit, good not. That's all the wood I need for a while. This would be the person I would be in this universe. I would be this old lady. I can't use all these sticks. They're big. They're too big. You need to break them down for me. Sure, break the sticks. Got it. Need the right side at a certain length, so break them and then forget the leftover scrap. Where should I break them? I'll know when I see it. Now get snapping, boy. This one's too big. Fine. It's too big. This one's too big. I suppose that one's fine. I need these smaller so they'll fit in your hull. Fine. Suppose that one is fine. That one should do nicely. Might be able to use some of these now. Come help me back at the house. Are you sure this will be enough wood? What if there's a cold snap? Perhaps you should get more. It will have to be, won't it? Unless you mean to come around again. I'm an old woman living alone, and summer is coming. Soon I'll only need to fuel for cooking, not warmth. Don't worry yourself, boy. I'll be fine. If you say so, but I worry about you living alone. I prefer this one too, as you like, although I admit I'm not convinced. I like this one first. I like how there's minigames. Yeah, it's fun. The minigames are pretty cute. I have some mementos from Ranning here. Who's Ranning? Oh heck, I forgot to click on him. They've gone crooked, and I can't reach. Could you hang them for me, Andreas? Easy enough. And please, be careful with my pictures. Some are very fragile. I would hate to lose them to your carelessness. Sure, sure. Think you could hang those papers up on the table? I can't reach. There you go, that looks alright. Thank you for hanging those. Just one thing. Remove the cross. You sure about that? Don't you gainsay me, boy. But Attila is asking me for a sacrilegious. I don't give a shit. She could be forced to face a church inquisitor if someone found out. I might as well for simply eating her. It's a worn old cross, and it graced the home, she said, with her husband. If I destroy it, she might regret it later. Whatever she says, I don't believe it's the cross that's her problem. There's something more that I've yet to uncover. Taking the cross down might only cause her more pain in the long run. But if I anger her, I might miss out on the information about Lorenz's death. Perhaps I could convince her to put it somewhere out of sight, so it won't torment her. That might be enough. What do you plan to do with the cross? Destroy it, of course. The church never did anything for me and took nearly all I had. Why should I be made to venerate it? What did the church take from you? What does it matter to you? Just take the thing down like I asked. Perhaps I could just move the cross somewhere to where you can't see it. I understand that you're angry and hurting now, but you might regret destroying it later. Such a nice cross. It's made from nice wood. Don't give shit what that's made from. Ha, if you won't remove the cross, then you're useless to me. God damn it. I've got one last thing for you to do if you're willing. A legal document. I need you to read it. The words are too small for my old eyes and my reading's not so good. I'm not an expert in Bavarian law, but I'll do my best. Good enough for me. I'm assuming she didn't mean for me to hang this note. Remember your husband, the pain he carried. Like Job, the red bird flies. Matins, the chapter. Where did this note come from, Ottila? No idea. I just found it on the table right before Rothvogel died. Can barely read it. The writing's too fancy. Keep it if you want. It means nothing to me. Let's see here. It says, oh. Due to the recent death of Ranning Kemper, his lack of heirs to inherit, your inability to pay fees on the land, your property is forfeit to the church. I'm sorry, Ottila. Ugh. That devil, that monster, this is all the fault of Lorenz Rothvogel. If he were alive, I'd kill him myself. May he boil in hell for all eternity. Your hatred of the church, did you know this would happen? You think I'm stupid? It was inevitable. I think it's time you tell me what happened with the Baron. Ranning, my husband, he caught that Rothvogel devil riding through our property and told him rightly to leave. The Baron beat my Ranning for it, beat him so savagely it took him a cane to walk. Even his breathing pained him. Never could breathe deep so long as he lived, which wasn't long at all. Good God. That Baron was the worst kind of man, careless and cruel. He knew he could beat my Ranning and suffer no consequences, so he did. See, this is the border illustrations I was talking about. The ones on my face come from a different border illustration, but they all kind of look like this. And this is the setting. The scene is an illustration in a book. We're not even so low as animals to him. We were furniture. And I knew after Ranning died, the church would try to take what little I had left. This document only confirms it. All because of Lorenz Rothvogel. Since Ranning left, I'm just waiting for him to die. I'm just waiting to die. Why should I go on living when he is gone? He has not even been dead a year. I hoped I would follow him before the church came for what was left of our life. Do you know where you'll go? A grave, probably. Ranning and I had no children, not even a daughter. Who else would have me? The border effects are pretty cool. You know, that's a pretty compelling reason for you to have killed him. I didn't want to say that. You said yourself you'd do it if you could. Who's to say you haven't already? Finally, some honesty from you. This was the real purpose of your visit all along. I'm an old woman, Andreas. Even walking from bed to the door pains me. How could I kill a man in his prime? Not that that matters. I'm sure I'll take the blame for it anyway. Just like I'm blamed for every ruddy nose and thrown horseshoe around here. The people in this town cannot wait for me to die, and the Abbey vaults just hate me for my contempt of them. None of it matters. I don't care what happens to me anymore. I feel so bad for you. Thank you for your help, boy. You're the only one who comes calling since my Ranning passed, do you know? Now get out! I just need to lie down. Of course, I was glad to help. I am gonna go see... Should find someone to eat with. I know who I want to eat with. So I'm just gonna run past everyone. I know who I want to eat with. If he will let me eat with him. The bat! Let's eat together. God bless you, Andreas. Do you have some time to eat with me and some of the townspeople? Of course, I'll talk to Gret and see who she wants to come along. Where should we meet you? Will I be streaming 5 hours again tonight? I do not know. Oh my god, I've already been going for 2 hours. I don't know. I haven't thought about how long I'm gonna stream. I'm just gonna stream until I can't anymore. Because I really like this game and I get lost in it, obviously. The time just flies by. At the shrine of St. Moritz, I will see you there. The shrine? Until then. Wow. Oh my, Andreas. Yes? Are these all the mothers from Tassing and their children? Well, no, I don't think it's all of them. Helena Perfirin couldn't make it, so it's a long walk with here in her condition. And Hetty had said Hans was too big for stories. Stories? I may have said something about your books. I like stories. Yes, maybe a little too much. Oh, alright, I can tell a story. But let us pray together and eat. O Lord, thank you for bringing us together as you brought Jesus to his disciples on the road to Emmaus. With the breaking of bread between us, let us recognize each other as Christians and rejoice in our salvation through you. Amen. Amen. And they all said amen. I thank you and your husband for this bread, Greta. My Ulrich always says that the bread brings people together. I don't know. I think we could see some real trouble in Tassing if we ever ran out of rye. I missed this when I was in Florence. I ate some sheep's cheese. They didn't have bread in Florence? Wah! Where's Florence? South over the mountains. Last week, the blonde lady at our house with the pretty clothes, she was from Florence. Yeah, investing in this game, you totally lose track of time. Oh, Father Gnot eats white bread, does he not? Yes, the finest wheat is used for the abbot's bread. Why? The abbot is a very important man, Paul. We have bread at my home that we call injera. That's Ethiopia, because he's from Ethiopia. Injera is sort of like a pancake that's like, it's sort of like a sourdough pancake. It's got like, it's very airy. It's almost like a crumpet pancake. It's interesting. It's interesting bread. We make it thin and round and wide and we put food on top. And they tear off the food and they like scoop it up. So they don't really use like cutlery traditionally. They just sort of scoop the food with their bread. Ethiopian food is great. Would recommend for anybody who has not tried Ethiopian food. We eat it with almost every meal. As you love the bread of your home, I miss mine, so I miss mine. Rye bread. Oh, what's the recipe? Maybe we should make it. Thank you, but no. We use a fine grain that does not grow here called teff. Surely someday you'll go home and have your fill of it. Yes, God willing, yes, but perhaps a day will come when I will miss the taste of rye of Tassing. Stay hydrated, everybody. It is the great danger that comes with the blessing of travel, living a life between worlds. Almonds. I don't want to talk about bread anymore. It's so boring. Bread. Don't be rude, Bert. Did I say I would tell a story? I did say I would tell a story. Children, have you ever seen a Bible? Father Tom. Yeah, Father Thomas has one. It's huge! My dad has one. It was printed in Bamberg. Oh my god. Oh. Very good. This is a Bible from my home that I brought to give the abbot. Andreas, do you have a favorite story to illustrate from the Bible? Oh, I don't like Adam and Eve. Jacob wrestling the angel. Elisha. Chariots of fire. I'd probably say Jacob wrestling with the angel. It's a powerful image. It speaks to us as we struggle to comprehend the divine. Our struggles are not as spectacular as Jacob's, but it is difficult, but just as difficult, and may leave us transformed as he was. Now then, children, you know the story of Jesus feeding the multitudes. Fish and loaves! My mom and dad make loaves. Oh my gosh, I love this. This is from our Bible, how we tell the story of Jesus, how Jesus fed thousands from only a few fish and a few loaves of bread. Why is everyone brown? Because where I am from, everyone looks like me. Why? Because we are all as God made us. I know Tassing seems big to you, but the world is so much bigger than we can imagine. There are many people from many different colors all over the world. There are places where no one looks like you or me. Really? It's true. In Venice, I saw people come from across the Mediterranean Sea. Not just like Brother Sabat, but people of different places and cultures, even farther away. Persians, Moors, Ottomans, each with their own way of speaking and dressing and their own customs. Brother Sabat, did you know the Baron who was murdered? But it came up when I was visiting the Druckers. I'm sorry, Marie. There's nothing to apologize for. We can't shield them from the world forever. I did not know him, but do you know of the story of Lazarus? No. He was a friend of Jesus. He became sick and he died. Died-er. But Jesus brought his followers to Lazarus' tomb. He prayed to God, and when they opened the tomb, Lazarus emerged, returned from the dead. Are you going to mention the part where Lazarus' sisters asked him to come earlier, and he didn't, and he waited until he was dead, and then he came to be like, I'm going to raise him from the dead instead of heal him from his sickness, because it's so much more dramatic that way. Jesus was a dramatic bitch. Jesus can bring people back from the dead? He can, but one day Jesus will bring us all back from the dead. Everyone who has ever lived and died will come together and be resurrected on Judgment Day. No! She stole my hat! Say nothing. Jedi, hi! How you doing? Are you gonna give me my hat back? Even the Romans? Yes. The Romans too. Oh, she's wearing my hat. That's adorable. Why did you ask about the Romans? I saw one come out of their tomb like Lazarus. Excuse me? What do you mean, Paul? You're okay dealing with some service issue, but you're okay. I hope that the service issue is dealt with quickly for you, Jedi. Well, the ruins below the mill, they're Roman, and they all died a long time ago. But I saw one come out the other night. They were all white, like Lazarus. Thank you for the welcome, Jess. Good Jedi. Let's stop telling stories, Paul. You shouldn't have been outside at night. Andreas, what does he mean? I don't know, it's troubling to be sure. I think I may have seen something similar the other evening. There must have been something else that's the only ration. I'm gonna say I think I've seen something else similar the other evening, because I did. What? Really? Where? They're obsessed with Lazarus. The real story of Lazarus, though, is basically just Jesus refusing to come to his friend's aid while he was so sick and dying, and only showing up after he died to perform a miraculous miracle of raising him from the dead so that he could receive more glory for it. They're obsessed with Lazarus for the same reason that they're obsessed with like basically every other miracle, but the one of Lazarus is particularly inspiring to certain Christians because of the concept of coming back from the dead is basically the whole thing around, like, you know, in the next world, we will be as we were. We will be raised from the dead to join the Lord. In some variations believe we will leave this body and obtain another body, but some believe that we will be raised in our current bodies. So, you know. Maybe Lazarus was a Richard. Same place, by the Roman ruins. Maybe Paul did see a spirit of some kind. I don't think it was a spirit. A very dire omen, if that's what he saw. I will pray on this. Apologies for that, ladies, but thank you for sharing a meal with me today. I'll be leaving for Rome soon, but I am glad to have spent some time with you and your children. Thank you, Brother Sabat. It was wonderful. Don't forget to stop by the bakery before you go. I'm sure my husband will want to see you before you go. I will. God grant you all health. Now I go. I should get some sleep. Or break into the library. I'm gonna break into the library. Time to break into the library. I had a conversation with one of the brother Matthias. This guy here. Oh shit, Matthias isn't the Abbey circular. If he sees me, he'll kick me out. Monk responsible for making the rounds of the Abbey to make certain everybody is where they're supposed to be. And doing what they're supposed to do. I have to keep out of sight until he passes. Good thing he can't see well. You did a terrible job staying out of sight, though. Crypt time! You gave up on trying to stream Flight Sim. Need to take a break to reset your cauliflower. Reset your cauliflower? You need a new angle when you come back to it? Oh yeah. I should shout you out, Jedi. Hang on. I always forget who streams and who doesn't stream. Let's give Jedi a shout out. Am I following you? I am now. I'm gonna follow. I have given you a follow if I wasn't not already following you. To go up these stairs, it's going to take a while to find the records I need. I'll lose some time tomorrow morning unless I turn back now. Enter the library. The cauliflower inside you know. Oh, your brain machine. Gotcha. I don't have to shout you out, but I want to. What's this? The Herbus Cumbria. No, I wanted to look at what it is. The writer is Cathalis of Sylvia. Oh my gosh, Jedi! Thank you for cheering 69 bits! Hey! I don't have any, like, sound integrations or anything, like, bits cheered or anything. Except, you know, the ones that come out of my mouth. Hey! I don't believe I've heard of him. But I really appreciate the bits. You do not have to to cheer any bits. Interesting. He writes about butcher's broom. The Greeks used it to aid with urination and defecation. So it was like a laxative. This author claims it also helps with the reduction of swelling. He seems to be speaking from experience. A wonderful hidden treasure for the Abbey. Yeah, I bet you would have heard some hilarious sounds for 69 bits. I'm sorry that I don't have anything set up yet. Why can't I do anything in here? Do I go down? Where am I supposed to go? I'm confused about what I'm supposed to do here. You have nothing at all set up currently? Fair enough. I'm thinking of like starting to mix it up. I don't want to leave the library because I haven't found anything yet. Oh, okay, I can go up the stairs. Didn't know that. What do we have here? A bifolum from the Mysteria Astra. I've read a number of treatises on astronomy, but I've never heard of this one. Mix it up is pretty awesome. Yeah, I've heard good things about it. I need to really look into it to set it up, though. Seems rudimentary, explaining the connection between astrological signs and the elements and their base relationships to alchemy. Each sign is governed by one of the 4 elements. Cancer, Scorpio, Pisces are water signs. Capricorn, Taurus, and Virgo are earth signs. Taurus, you and I are earth signs. And so on. It cuts off there. The next page is about something else entirely. Sister Illuminata must be trying to reconstruct the larger text. Hi, Bee's Knees, how are you? Welcome in. I am Avoticat, and we are currently playing Pentiment. How are you doing? Also, if anybody needs any content or trigger warnings, feel free to type in TW, and it will give you the content warnings for the game. TW, not CW. TW. T for... There we go. Doing alright? Thanks for asking. Just beat this game tonight. You beat this game? How long did it take you, Bee's Knees? Did you enjoy it? Did you have... I assume you enjoyed it, because it's a fantastic game. I'm still pretty early on. I am still investigating the murder of Baron Rothvogel. So I am very early on still. You want to watch someone play? I understand that. I get that urge as well. Once like I've sort of experienced something that I really like, I like to watch other people experience it as well. It's a nice feeling. Actually shared a bunch of Zodiac stuff in your Zodiac tab on your Discord last day or so. Nice. I love that, Jess. Need to get your resources straight so you can stream. Your PNG at least is for just chatting. Nice. What's your PNG, Jedi? I'm curious. I need to go to one of your streams. I haven't before. You gotta sleep? All good, Magpie. I appreciate you. I'm gonna give a shout out to Magpie as well. I know that you got one earlier, but very few people were here. So I'm gonna give you one now. Cactus. Corvid. Let me spell that correctly, maybe. You guys should follow Cactus Corvid, aka Magpie. She's a great streamer. Plays a decent amount of Dead by Daylight as well as some other games. She likes to play some of the Rusty Lake games, which is how we connected. We connected over those Rusty Lake games. 30 hours, also done on stream. With a bunch of time just hanging out like this. Sorry, not trying to self-promote, just relevant to the question. Fair enough. I want to follow you now. Hang on. I am definitely going to follow you. Dropping you a follow. Because if you like this game, it is highly likely that you play other games that I would be interested in. So, I want to check out your stream at some point.
Look what the cat dragged in.
Thank you so much for the follow, Bee's Knees. I appreciate it. Welcome to the Chill Cats and Killer Kittens. And variations thereupon. You plan to stream in roughly 16 hours. Everybody put that on their schedule. Cactus Corvid is going live in approximately 16 hours, so you got some time. It's all good, Bee's Knees. Alright. Given the dramatically different context of the following pages, the choir this bifolum came from must have been assembled improperly. Those 2 pages were interesting enough, I suppose. They're quite basic. I love those emotes. Your bee emotes are so cute. Ooh, is Bee's Knees also from Canada? Suppose those 2 pages are interesting enough, I suppose, but very basic. Wait, that's the connection between the astrological symbols on Fenric's cipher and the elemental symbols on the vowel. It must be the text he referenced to create his cipher. Interesting. That would have been much simpler to solve if I'd seen it first. Yeah, I know, I already solved this. I am sorry, Andreas, but you were too logical and solved it immediately. It's not my fault. Northern British Columbia up near Alaska. Wow. Historia de Labyrintho Laborium. An account of the labyrinth of books. Okie dokie. So it's the library. I've had tales of some incredible... Oh my gosh. I've had tales of some incredible libraries in Christendom, but a labyrinth? This must be metaphorical. You need an extraordinary amount of books to actually build a labyrinth. I believe a Bolognese professor told me a tale about such a place in Pentiment. Yeah, bee emotes! They are bee emotes! I'm gonna say somebody told me about such a place. It's somewhat hard to believe, to be honest. The old man was quite the storyteller, I must admit. Guess we're going up the stairs. This looks promising. The familiarities of Sister Keirsau Abbey, yes. The Sisters of Keirsau Abbey. The bee puns are great. I have some boobies. They're pretty nice, I'd have to say. A solid beak. Very good. I like it. They're really buzzing. Oh, Jess. Mother Catherine was the first to enter the record, looks like, almost 50 years ago. Sister Hildegard from the Golderich family in Ravensburg, quite wealthy. Looks like she became the prioress after Mother Catherine. Sister Cecilia. Altet? Oh, this is Mother Cecilia's record. Some have gone as far to call them the bee's knees. Don't hate yourself. It's good. I like the puns. They're 10 out of 10. Absolutely. I'm failing to think of a bee pun. They are the bee's knees, but you already used that one. I love mod love emotes. I should make a cat mod love emote. All of my emotes are cat emotes, so. Wait, she's from the Wessler family? They're one of the most powerful families in Axeburg. Looks like her family donates a lot of money to Keirsau every year, more than my family sees in 10. Wow. Don't forget to stay hydrated, everybody. You are all ears for corny jokes, Shadow. Nice. Sister Gertrude from Hoff, the herbalist, yes. Her father is an apothecary, that explains it. Oh, this should be interesting. Sister Illuminata. Named Angeline from the Capocchi family in Perugia. Looks like they have some connection to Keirsau through an old abbot, Rudolph. The family donates money to the abbey every year as well. Matilda Oblate. Yes, the nun Celera. That's Matilda. And a Celera is an appointed official in the monastery responsible for maintaining food supplies and maintaining the grounds. She came from Kempton. I was meaning to ask, can you pull up your character sheet when you have a minute? I will. I will pull up the character sheet. She came from Kempton. Merchant family. They donated pigments to use in the scriptorium. Quite thoughtful. I'll have to thank them if I ever get the chance. This note says that Sister Matilda left the abbey for several months. Oh my gosh. Why would she go into hermitage? Seems strange that it's the only entry with such a note. The date's 3 years ago. It's just before Father Matthias died. Which means it was around the time Baron Rothvogel visited. This has to be it. Matilda must be the nun the Baron harmed on his last visit. I should talk to Mother Cecilia again. Maybe Sister Matilda as well. Sophie from Brigrits. There she is. Her family is poor, but they donated flour. Lisbeth Oblate. She's from Utrecht. There she is. It looks like she had an eventful life before coming here. Married with a child, both died, sad. Her merchant family with some connection to Keirsau through the Kaufmans of Rothberg of Oddertober, a free imperial city and home to several holy chivalric orders and monasteries. The city was a gathering point for pilgrims and Catholic Protestants alike. Okay. Sister Margaret. Oh, the blind girl who assists Gertrude. There she is. I like Margaret. She smells me. She went blind because of a failed surgery on her cataracts. Wealthy peasants' family. They donated wool and a pasture in Krimmel. Sister Zadina. This should be good. They donate a fortune to the abbey. No wonder Mother Cecilia and the abbot let her behave as she does. Okay, so that's everybody. Talk to Cecilia or Matilda. Alright, I'll bring up the character sheet. So, Andreas Maler. He's from Nuremberg and he studied in Italy. He's a bookworm. I studied medicine. He was into logic because I like maths, and heavens and earth because I like animals. He knows Italian, a little Greek, and can reference cultural touchstones from Florence, Venice, and Milan. Spend all of his non-working free time finding and reading as many books as possible. Andreas is familiar with the basics of human biology, medicine, and illness. Andreas instinctively thinks through the implications of information he receives as he receives it, is adept in spatial analysis and can easily perform complicated calculations in his head. And Andreas knows a great deal about the constellations, heavenly bodies, and their movements. He is also familiar with various plants and animals from the study of personal experience. So, I didn't care as much about, space. But I liked the animal and plant knowledge. But the space stuff did come in handy when deciphering the hidden messages that the prior was putting into that book thingy. You are a hedonist into witchcraft and the heavens and the earth. Very nice, I like it. I was wavering. I was like, should I be a hedonist? And then I decided against it because I felt like it would be harder to play the game. The occult was the title for the witchcraft one. Yup. I should ask Sister Matilda about her story of the Hermitage following Baron Rothvogel's last visit. It can't just be a coincidence. I think she works in the convent garden during the day. Widow's Curse. After helping Ottilia, she admitted that she hated the Baron for what he did to her husband, Ranning. Apparently, Lorenz beat Ranning so severely that he walked with a cane for the rest of his life. The widow believes that the injuries ultimately killed off old Ranning. She also claims that she is not strong enough to have killed the Baron. I believe her. Honestly, at this point, I do think it's the prior, and I would be very willing to throw Martin under the bus, to be perfectly honest. I have no love or care for Martin. On the herbs of Wales, okay. Is that all? See, before I came into the library, Matthew accused me of scaring another of the brothers in the library which I did not do because I was not in here. And then he's run away. And then I walked over to the other side of the church and he was there. And I was like, what? See, this is the scene that I'm pretty sure it was about. This scene here. That conversation was about. But I hadn't seen it yet. And he was still there. So... Ooh. Ooh. What in the world? I have a dislike of many of the characters, but I think they're all wonderfully written and very engaging. He was singing, yes. Rothenberg or whatever his name is. And it's like, you accuse me of something when it hasn't even happened yet. It's happening now. He accused me for something that is going to happen in the future. It was really weird. You made Andreas quite anti-authoritarian against the church in general. I do as well, but like in ways where if I want to, like, you know, still say things are sacrilege, I can. But for the most part, I'm just like fuck the abbot, and fuck the prior, and fuck Christianity. What in the world? Shit. I'll make a break for the stairs. They can't possibly catch me. What am I gonna do now? Just wait for them to finish. And then leave. It can't take that long, can it? You should speak with them openly in good faith as men of reason. Run for it. Go, go, go. I'd agree. Just because you don't like them doesn't mean they're not well written. Exactly. Everyone is so well done and they do such a great job at instilling feelings about certain people. Exactly. It is so well written. I love this story so much. I'd assume certain people might play this game with a totally different set of eyes. 100%. I accidentally got the Baron to like me, and it was not my intention. I do not know how it happened, because I didn't like him. I was like, this Baron is a smug piece of shit. But then he was like, you won my favor. Here's a pin, and I'm like, what? I didn't mean to. I'm sorry. I'm gonna speak to them openly. Could go badly. We're both in an awkward position. What they're up to is dangerous business in a few ways. They won't be happy with me being here. I'm gonna say we're both in an awkward position. I'll have to choose my words carefully. The Baron and you are homies since you're a hedonistic piece of shit. Fair enough. I'm gonna talk to them. Oh well, hello. Good evening. What? What are you doing here? Andreas, what is the meaning of this? Did you follow us in here? No, it's just out for an evening walk. I don't care what you two are up to, that's between you and God. What should I say? This is a delicate situation, to be sure. They're understandably concerned. If their tryst is discovered, they could be expelled from Keirsau, maybe worse. You could be open about it, say it's none of your business, and suggest you go your separate ways. Tell them the truth, you're looking for clues for the murder so you can see Pierre's life. Threaten them! Say that you're going to tell the abbot they were screwing! What are they going to do? I'm not going to threaten them. I'm going to tell them the truth. I've mostly told the truth in this game. Yeah, who is your favourite character these days? I don't know who mine is just yet. I like all of them a lot. They'll probably be sympathetic and it will be clear that I didn't come here to spy on them. Matthieu might be suspicious, but I can convince him. See, like, Matthieu was like, you threatened us, and I'm like, I haven't even been in this scene yet, so... I didn't mean to alarm you, I came looking for clues about who killed the Baron. I know Brother Piero didn't do it, someone else from the Abbey or town has to be responsible. You know, Piero is a good man, and a pious monk. I can't let him die. Oh good, I can't believe Brother Piero could murder. I'm sorry, it's just so shocking. I pray that God will deliver mercy to Piero and bring the true culprit to light. I'm glad that you are doing what you can to help it. It is difficult for the rest of us to act given the abbot's opinion. Andreas, how does skulking around the library help you prove Brother Piero's innocence? Story of Else Mullenren? I'm so bad at names in this game. And her son Paul. Paul is great. I love Paul. He seems like he's so out of it, like he's dissociating all of the time, and like his father is absolute dick. I'm not sure. Did you know why Sister Matilda was sent to her hermitage? I do recall a period when she was absent, yes. One day she was just gone. I don't know why. I don't normally concern myself with Mother Cecilia's business. I never spoke with her, but Voicelove told me that she was sent away to a hermitage for her health. Radger! Why does Wogslove know about Matilda's whereabouts? They are both cellars and have reason to go into town on behalf of the Abbey. The pagan lady? Yeah, Otilia. She's fucking great. I love her too. I just helped her out. I did some chores for her. I didn't take the cross down though, and I couldn't convince her to like keep it somewhere. I did kind of want to, but I didn't. Like, the game made a good point that like she could potentially get hurt if like fucking Inquisitors came about, and I was like, maybe you don't want to throw it out, but I wasn't able to convince her because public speaking is not a strength of my character. Oh, they were definitely having a secret rendezvous.
Well,
hi, JD.
cat's out of the bag.
Shout out to JD. How are you doing, JD? So good to see you. Just as you two have more contact with Sister Illuminata than I and Brother Waslov have more contact with Sister Matilda. In any event, I wish you both good fortune with proving Brother Pierre's innocence. I trust you will keep all of this to yourself. You'll keep all of this to yourself. You're very tired indeed. I'm doing great. I'm so sorry that you're tired. I hope that you can get some rest. So long as you do the same. Of course. I will not say anything to the others. We should go. Good night, Andreas. See, I didn't threaten you, you little chipmunk squirrel dude. Ugh. The bathhouses, man. The bathhouses every single time. Yeah, we can talk about Elsie and Paul another time. I don't think I've reached a crucial part of their story at all. Oh, am I going into the dream world? Looks like I'm going into dream world. I don't understand what this is. Dude with the glasses is a character I loved to hate. Yeah, Mathayu is weird. He's a funky looking dude. I want to walk around the edges just in case there's something here, but I don't think there is. Oh, Andreas, when are you coming home? Joseph. Can't wait to play this game. I highly recommend it, Jedi, and so does Hellgloom. Great, and I hate this dude. Wait, yo. I don't hate him. I think that he's understandable. This music is a little bit loud right now. That's a bit more bearable. RPG of the year. Is it an RPG? I wouldn't have called it an RPG. I would have called it more of a visual novel. You gonna go eat some food? All good, Jedi. I appreciate the luck. Dad, I'll be home soon. I just need to finish this commission with the Abbey. I'm a little nervous about this girl, Sabine. Don't worry yourself over it. I barely knew your mother before we were married. Besides, you need a wife if you're going to start your workshop as a master. That's the law. Yes, of course. You're not going to quit like this like you quit university, are you? No, of course not. Good. If it weren't for the work I did for the rector, you never would have had this opportunity. Most people never get a second chance after they throw something away like that. I know, Dad. We'll see you when you get back. Sure, alright. An RPG. You're totally role-playing as Andreas, whoever you decide to make them. That's true. I guess it's sort of like a bit of a combination of an RPG and a visual novel, because I don't know, I've never seen RPGs that have this sort of style. Usually it's much more interactive. I feel like I'm missing something. Is there anybody else I can interact with? Oh, Sabine. Oh, it's you. I only have the picture of you, the one my brother Daniel made. I really don't have any idea what you're like. Do you really want to get married to a stranger? Why should that matter? Disco Elysium is a point-and-click RPG that has a lot of similarity to this. And I think it won RPG of the Year when it came out in 2019. I need to play Disco Elysium as well. I hear it's really good. It's true. I probably am like a little bit biased in because like I don't typically like a lot of RPGs that are like games because they're not well constructed in my opinion. This one is incredibly well constructed though. Right, everyone keeps saying that. That's why I'm saying it to you now. Because I'm saying it to myself. Exactly. I'll see you soon, Andreas. For real, I mean. I suppose that's true. Until then. Is there anybody else that I can talk to? Guess not. Welcome back, Andreas. It has been too long since you graced the court with your presence. Apologies, your majesty. My mind has been preoccupied by a tragedy at Keirsau Abbey. What manner of tragedy? The murder of a nobleman, a close friend of the Prince Bishop of Tassing. My friend, Brother Piero, the abbot's only suspect. I know that he could not have done it. How do you know? Examine your assumption, my son. In addition to having no motive and violence not being part of his character, he is not physically capable of the act. He is of limited strength and has palsy in hands that make it holding a paintbrush difficult. It's inconceivable that he would have the strength and resolve to kill the Baron with a blow to the head. A whole lot of inconceivable shit happens on Earth, this hell of an Earth, Andreas. I just don't believe he could have done it. There has to be a better explanation. I do not deny that it is possible, but I believe it extremely improbable. So what do you intend to do about it? When I am brought before the Archdeacon, I'll tell him I know about other people who had motives to kill the Baron. He'll have to believe. He'll see there are much more likely suspects than Piero. Why have you taken this task upon yourself? I don't think that means what you think it means. Inconceivable! I have to save Brother Piero's life. He has no one else to help him. I want to find the real killer. The Archdeacon investigation threatens the Abbey. I want to protect it. I want to save Brother Piero's life. This took law and order turn suspect, assumption, truth. Dun dun. Your love for and devotion of him speaks well to your character. A man who is humble before his elders honors also his gods. Of course you'd say that, old man. He's right though. If Andreas doesn't help him, no one will. Exactly. I understand why the brothers and sisters cannot act against the abbot, but I must do something. Why does that shit for brains abbot care about death of a useless fart like Lorenz Rothvogel anyway? You're being too hard on the abbot. You're not being too hard on the abbot. The Baron had many good qualities. I can't disagree with your assessment of them. Powerful people get upset when other powerful people are murdered. This could threaten the existence of the Abbey. This is the only one that actually makes sense. Oh no, the Abbey. Who gives a damn about these hypocritical assholes? In any case, Andreas' ability to prevent Piero's death depends on the judgment of the Archdeacon. Wise or foolish, corrupt or just, the Archdeacon will be the first and possibly final arbiter of Piero's guilt. Andreas must win the Archdeacon to his side using the tools favored by men such as him. Authority? Despite your talent, you are merely an artist. He has been invested with the power of the Prince Bishop of Freising. You have no authority with him. Reason? Ha! When's the last time you met a man who is truly ruled by reason? Honesty? You must be honest in all things, Andreas, but there are many that are not willing to accept the truth, and the cost of honesty can be high. Wisdom? Wisdom can be shared, but the audience may not comprehend it. If reason, wisdom, authority, and honesty cannot triumph, what am I left with? Hope. Lies! Truth. I said truth. Socrates! You contradict yourself! And, above all else, faith in Providence. I refuse. Well, what do you plan to tell the Archdeacon, Andreas? There were people in Keirsau and Tassing who had motives to kill the Baron. The widow Kemperin despised Lorenz for maiming her late husband. Maimed how? The Baron beat him savagely following an argument about trespassing on the Kemper's farm. His injuries were so severe that they never truly healed. He needs a cane to walk. He died less than a year ago. Ottilia is certain that it's because of the wounds he received that day. Why did the two quarrel? My understanding is that it was simply an argument about trespassing that got out of hand. And now I suppose she will lose the home. My apologies, his home. For what reason? Should an aged widow not live out her remaining days in peace? She should, but she won't. She didn't squeeze out a little Kemper for old Branning, so away goes the house. Yes, because women must fight for property. We exist on the sufferance of men. Whether the law is unjust or unjust is immaterial. The widow's motive is clear. It's true and terrible. It's easy to understand Ottilia's anger. It's an extreme view. Women are not prisoners of their husbands or that. See, the fact that this is an option means that you can play Andreas as an absolute idiot asshole misogynist. It's like, yes they are, my dude. And if you were to say this, you would just be wrong in this time period. It's easy to understand her anger. Good, perhaps if more men understood our anger, the laws would change. A good man does not sit idly by while injustice flourishes around it. What the hell is a half-trained artist with a half a university degree supposed to do against the might of the Holy Roman Empire, idiots? The largest and most powerful European state of its time. The Holy Roman Empire was made up of many people and suffered from much internal strife during the Reformation, despite Emperor Maximilian's firm hand over the land. My Andreas might have been a hedonistic piece of shit, but he wasn't a blind idiot. Exactly! You have established a motive for the widow, Andreas, but there is another matter that requires inquiry. While women and men are equal in most natures, women are weaker in strength. Socrates! Don't do this! Socrates was, like, a known asshole, though. Like, not a good guy, in reality. How could a woman of Ottilia's age and overpower a healthy man like the Baron? I wonder that myself. Have you found anything that she could have used to kill the Baron? No, not yet. If you wish to convince the Archdeacon that an old woman killed the Baron, you'll need more than just a motive. Are there any others that you suspect? It was Prior Frederick! Feared the Baron would report his occult interest to the Inquisitors. It was him. I 100% believe it was the Prior. But I don't have enough evidence that would convince the Archdeacon so. And so I might just end up throwing Martin under the bus because, honestly, Martin is a piece of shit, and it would be easy to believe that he did it. Prior Frederick and the Baron shared a fascination with the occult texts. The Baron was pressuring the Prior to perform a ritual for him when he was visiting Keirsau. When Frederick refused, the Baron threatened to turn him into the Inquisition. How did you come by this knowledge? It was found written evidence, a letter from Frederick to the Baron, in which he discusses all of these matters. It's a very dangerous thing, a monk dabbling in the occult. His very soul could be in danger. Forget the soul. He could have been defrocked, excommunicated, even killed, all for a little curiosity. Adios, Martin. Better stay stupid and ignorant, that's what I say. We are well aware. There's great power in magical books, but a power that can be used responsibly. I've read many of the same books that Prior Fenric have. Most are harmless nonsense. Is curiosity such an awful thing? A lust for knowledge could be as dangerous as any other desire. I'm gonna say that most of the books are fucking harmless. That is not the position of the Church, who views these matters suspiciously in the best of circumstances. Prior Fenric feared the loss of his status, his life, and even God's grace. Men have killed for less. How might the Prior have accomplished the deed? I am not certain. I haven't found anything that I think he would have used as a weapon. It will be a challenge to convince the Archdeacon that a Prior committed a murder this foul. If you mean to suggest that Fenric is the suspect, you must find a weapon to convince the Archdeacon. Are there others you suspect? I found no other suspects. Can I not throw Martin under the bus? You have brought a worthy mystery before this court, Andreas. I pray to God we have granted you the insight you need to face the coming challenge. Thank you, Your Majesty. I am prepared to meet the day. Before you go, Andreas, there is one more thing to consider. You will be summoned to the Archdeacon to tell him what you know. But you need not tell him everything. What do you mean? She means that you should only tell him about the people you don't mind dying. That's one way of putting it. There is a place for a noble lie. This is not one of them. Why? The Baron is dead. All of the people with motive to kill him suffered, either directly or indirectly, from his wickedness. Simply mentioning a name to the Archdeacon may endanger them, whether they had anything to do with the murder or not. Right, no point throwing everyone waist deep into shit. I protest any attempt at deception, but you must ultimately follow your own conscience, Andreas. Little time remains before you must stand before the Archdeacon. Use it wisely. I must. Till we meet again, Andreas. God be with you. And with you also, Majesty. I should go find somebody to eat with. Andreas! There's a brother from the Abbey here to see you. That sucks, so we can't throw Martin under the bus? Apparently not. Which brother? He did not tell me his name. The big man who does the shopping for the monks in town? He seems quite rattled. Yeah, Sheikhan must have arrived early. I imagine he demands to speak with me. Mercy, are you certain? A man like him, he could cause a lot of trouble for Tassing. Please speak to the brothers. He is just outside. I'm sure it will be fine, whatever it is. Andreas, Christ, there you are. Brother Watchlove, what's the matter? It's the Archdeacon. He's come early with an entire Riant in tow. He's questioning everyone who knew the Baron and Brother Piero. I've already told him the little I know. He expects to speak with you today at noon. He requested you specifically. Which time is this one? 3 p.m. I went to the Gurtners at Vespers to try to warn you, and you never showed up. Where were you all night? Honestly, I was in the library following a clue I got, and time got away from me. What? Why? No, never mind. Just don't let the abbot find out, and don't tell the Archdeacon. Anyway, he's questioning everyone in the chapter house, and he's keenly interested in you. He's been informed of my investigation, then. It's no secret you've been poking about the town and the abbey, sticking your nose in the rot. I hope your prying has borne fruit, or Pierre's neck will meet the sword. I've done the best with the time I've had. Only had a couple more days. Whatever happens, Pierre knows that you've been working hard on his behalf, and he is grateful for it. Only, Andreas... What is it? It's just, you know, as well as I do, that the Baron was not a good man. I'm not saying he deserved what he got. Just, you think hard about what you tell the Archdeacon and who you tell him about. You understand? You don't need to worry. I found nothing that implicates you. You didn't do it, did you? It's not me I'm worried about! I'm sorry, I didn't mean to shout. You don't deserve that. All I'm saying is that if in your searching you heard anything about a certain sister, I'd ask you to keep it to yourself. I'll do what I can to protect the sisters from censure. That's all I would ask of you. Be well, Andreas. I pray for Piero's deliverance tonight. You should as well. I need to see Otto. Where would Otto be? Hello, Andreas. Jacob Essler, the Archdeacon of Racing, has arrived in Keirsau Abbey and will be questioning people with connection to the Baron's death. He wants me to question in the chapter house at Nons. Otto. What is your last name? I have forgotten. Otto. Zimmerman. Town carpenter. Where does he live? Whoops. Right here. Okay. Did you have dinner plans, Andreas? Want to join me and Dad at our table? Appreciate that, thank you. Let's get going then. Is Martin also on your list of Tassing's most hated? I don't like Martin. I have never liked a fictional Martin. I don't know what it is about the name Martin, but there is something about the name Martin that makes it a fictional character just so hateable. I don't know why, but it's the truth. Martins are despicable. I'm sorry if your name is Martin, I'm sure it's not true in real life, but fictional Martins are despicable creatures. Bless us, O Lord, and these your gifts for which we are about to receive from your bounty. Through Christ our Lord, amen. 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 How are you feeling today, Dad? You're a William? William is a good name. Hand's been killing me. Back's been killing me. Goddamn knees been killing me. You want some advice, boys? Don't get old. There's some way I could help. I'm not as educated as Dr. Stoltz, but I studied medicine at university. I already talked to that old fraud for all the good it did. I'd be better off talking to a priest these days. Only relief coming my way is death, I suspect. A farmer's fate ages you beyond your years. Fictional Martins are made out to be the most evil of villains. Usually henchmen, really. Just look at my boys here. Works too hard. He does, but what choice does he have? None, with the abbot breathing down my neck. I'll tell you, he wants me to replace the roof on his house next. Didn't you just replace the one in the scriptorium? Yeah, and I made a mess of my shoulder doing it. The way that bastard Gannot orders me around, you'd think I'm one of his little monks. Whoops, I selected a piece of food without realizing it. He works you like a dog and says it's for the glory of the Lord. It's not right. It's not, I agree. Easy enough for you to say when it's my work that keeps you warm when you're scribbling away in that scriptorium. Apologies, that was not very Christian of me to put that on you, but neither am I wrong. The abbot's bad, but the millers might be worse. That shithead Lionheart's been screwing us for years with his toll. I've never spoken to him. Is he really so bad? I have spoken a little bit to him, and he is really that bad. He's worse than you know, or will ever have to know, being a visitor, for which you should thank the Lord. Imagine your only income for the year was in wheat you could grow in the summer, and the miller determines how much it costs you to grind it into flour. What if you have a poor season? What if the miller raises his toll? What if everyone has a great season and there's too much goddamn flour to make any money with it? The farmers are at the mercy of the weather, the church, and the miller. Two of those are beyond their powers to influence. They can control the weather. But the miller is their neighbour. He sees them struggle. He should help them, but not Lionheart Miller. He only makes it worse. I don't mean to berate you, Andreas, but I have strong feelings about the man. Lord willing, Lionheart will meet the justice in this life or the next. Lord willing. On to more pleasant pastures, eh? You see any of those nuns while you're out working, Otto? Dad. What have I got? Salmon and rye bread. I'm gonna leave the rye bread for last. I remember that Cecilia woman being pleasant to look at back when I worked up there. Did you pay much attention to the nuns, old Otto? Mother Cecilia would not appreciate being spoken to about that way. I'm gonna say, did you pay much attention to the nuns? Oh, I pay attention to everything now that I can't work. Lots to see in the world, like nuns. Yeah. Lionheart is an actual cunt. For sure. Other pretty sisters up there as well. Sometimes they catch the wrong man's eye. Shame what happened to that one a while back. Glad she came back though. Do you mean Sister Matilda? I heard she had to leave. Rye bread. Afraid so. We don't know all the details, Abbey business and all, but the rumours were grim. Still, a pretty woman since she came back, but her kind eyes have turned some kind of sad. You've already heard of all the town's secrets since you've been here to the spinning bee. Right, listening to those women gossip is enough to spend any man running. Hey son, I need to lie down. Why don't you say goodbye to your friend here? Sorry, Andreas, the old man needs his rest. Of course, thank you for having me. Sure, of course. I do need to go to the chapter house. Can I talk to you about the thing that I need happening? I cannot. Klaus, my friend. Hello, Andreas. God be with you, Andreas. Hello, Master Maler. Pet the dog! Good puppy. Good puppy. I like the dog. Paul? Hello. Andreas? Is there anything down here? Nope. Nothing new. To the meadow! Still. Hello, Master Maler. Want to check on Smokey. Did you need something, Master Maler? No, but thank you. Hey, Master Maler. God damn it. I need to have a meal with Smokey. I'm glad I had one with Sabat, though. No, that's right. There's nothing really here. See, this guy apparently ran away. He definitely has not, though. God bless you, Andreas. God bless you, Andreas. Sorry, Andreas, I can't let you down there. Father Gnot does not want anyone talking to Brother Pierre before the Archdeacon arrives. Just a few minutes? Really shouldn't. I need to talk to him. I'm sorry, I can't. I understand. I'm sorry. No, you're right, I'll leave it alone. God bless you, Andreas. God damn it. Hello. Reflectory? I'm not even sure where the chapter house is. Oh. Veronica? Hello, Andreas? Hey, Andreas? God bless you, Master Maler. God bless you. God bless you, Andreas. Good day, Andreas. There it is. God bless you, Andreas. Yeah, I always forget what that place is. Here's Matilda working in the garden. God bless you, Master Maler. May I ask you some questions, Sister Matilda? You know Mother Cecilia doesn't like us talking to men unless it's truly necessary. This concerns the murder of the Baron. Yes, it's tragic. What does that have to do with me? Why did you have to leave Keirsau to go into Hermitage? Baron Rothvogel had an appetite for young women. Neither his marital vows nor the vows of the women seemed to matter much to him. When I was on my way to town one day, he surprised me in the meadow and made his interests clear. I refused his advances and thought that would be the end of it. This was not enough, though, because he did the same thing the next day, and I refused him again. I thought if I was patient, the problem would leave with him. I never thought that the Baron was capable of doing what he did. On the third day, he attacked me on my way through the meadow. He dragged me into the forest where he could have his way with me. I managed to badly scratch his neck. It saved my virtue, but enraged him. He beat me until I was exhausted, and he left me there in the woods. Mother Cecilia had me removed from Keirsau for my safety until I could recover. The wounds to my body have healed, but the attack has left a lasting injury on my mind. I have to say, this sounds like a strong motive to kill the Baron. I was angry. I was filled with hate, yes, but it's been years. Mother Cecilia and Father Thomas have helped me move past the anger to find love in this community. Father Thomas? Yes, Father Thomas is our confessional. We can talk to Mother Cecilia about our problems, but only a priest can hear our confessions. Thank you for your time, sister. God bless you, Master Maler. God bless you, Andreas. God bless you, Mother Cecilia. Is there something I can help you with? I need to talk to you about Sister Matilda. Matilda told me. Of course. What happened to Sister Matilda was tragic. Lorenz, the Baron, tried to seduce Sister Matilda. She rebuked him several times. So one morning he attacked her in the meadow on her way to town. He dragged her into the woods. Sister Matilda is a strong woman, but her resistance was met with violence. When pilgrims to the shrine found her, she had been beaten so badly she could barely move. I am assuming the Baron didn't suffer any consequences for this attack. No, I knew he wouldn't. I also knew that bringing the attack to the attention of Father Matthias would put him in an impossible position. The Baron would suffer no consequences, but the abbot would have to refuse his continued patronage. I concealed the assailant's identity from the abbot, and had Sister Matilda taken on to a hermitage near Mittenwald, a small municipality known for its transalpine route between Augsburg, Innsbruck, and Milan. Massive amounts of coin and trade pass through Mittenwald each year. Good to know. She stayed there under the care of sisters until she recovered and could return. You really don't think the abbot would have taken action against the Baron? No, I'm positive he would have. In doing so, he would have jeopardized the existence of this community. Trying to understand how hard it is for my kind to believe that any man, especially a noble man, could be held accountable. I'm not proud of what I did, Andreas, but what's done is done. How did Sister Matilda feel about seeing the Baron again in Keirsau? Andreas, if you want to me to tell you how the Sister Matilda killed the Baron, I think Sister Matilda killed the Baron, I won't. Seeing him was hard for her, of course. She defended her virtue from the Baron, but her injuries were severe. Her body recovered in time. Her mind, I don't know if it ever will. She still fights him in her dreams. She wakes up in the night screaming, soaked in her own sweat. So it affected her, yes. It still affects her. That doesn't mean she wanted to kill the Baron. It certainly doesn't mean she actually did. Sister Matilda is a faithful servant and friend of Christ. I believe that truly, Andreas. She is respected and beloved by this community for a good reason. I think Brother Wogslav knew the Baron attacked her. He cautioned me against bringing it up with the Archdeacon. No, he didn't know. Perhaps it will come to light now that the Baron has been murdered, but she didn't tell him before. But their relationship is more than Andreas. He didn't know. She assured me she told no one else all this time. No one. And if she chose to tell anyone now, it hardly matters. I see. Do not mention Sister Matilda to the Archdeacon, Andreas. I do not believe she could have done this. Just because you believe it doesn't mean it's so. Pray upon it if you need to. You will see the truth. God bless you, Andreas. Mother Cecilia acknowledged that Sister Matilda was the nun who Lawrence Rothvogel hurt on his last visit. He tried to seduce her. When she rejected his advances, he beat her. Mother Cecilia had to take her to a hermitage to recover and avoid a scandal. I need to decide what I will do with this information. Sister Matilda told me that the Baron attacked her during his last visit. Her injuries were so severe that Mother Cecilia had been removed to a hermitage to avoid a scandal. She denies being responsible for the Baron's death. Okay, I don't think I can avoid... I don't think I can avoid it any longer. Andreas. Father Ganot. Master Maler, if you think I am unaware of your actions around the Abbey the past few days, you are mistaken. I really don't care what you're aware of. You attended the examination of Baron Rothvogel's body when I forbade you from being in the Abbey. You made matters worse by insulting Dr. Scott Schultz, whom I had personally invited here. If I did not rely so heavily on Brother Florian's skills, I would expel him from the Abbey for his complicity. Still, I think a fitting punishment for him in due time. For now then, all of your meddling, you will not be welcome in Keirsau after your commission is completed. I apologize. I was only trying to help Brother Piero. It is too late for apologies. Your days of interfering with the daily life of the Abbey will end. It's never my intent to interfere, Father Abbot. It was, though. It definitely was. Yes, I already understood this. I'll leave you to the Archdeacon now. Try not to perjure yourself. God save you, Andreas Maler. Please state your name for our records. Andreas Maler, artist recently of Venice. Really? What brought you all the way to Upper Bavaria? I'm heading back to Nuremberg to finish my apprenticeship and open a workshop. I heard the Abbey had some wonderful books. I learned that they needed an artist, and I thought I'd stay for a while. You better get back to work. Have a great rest of my stream. Thank you. Thank you, JD. I hope that you have a good time at work, and I hope that it's not too stressful, and I hope that you get some time to rest and aren't too tired. I'm going to say that I heard that they had wonderful books here. Very well, thank you. Arnold, please write that down. I think we're ready to begin. Of course, Your Reverence. Now then, Master Maler, what is your relation to Lorenz, the Baron of Rothberg? I only knew him for a day, but we were on friendly terms. Do you feel like you had a sense of him as a person? Yes, Your Reverence. How would you characterize him? A noble man for all the good and ill that comes along with that title. Do you have a problem with nobility, Master Maler? Is this germane to the investigation, Your Reverence? I determine what is germane, and you have already forgotten who asked the questions here. My apologies, Your Reverence. Do you know anybody who had reason to harm the Baron? I can think of a few people, Your Reverence. Yet that might help us solve the problem that faces us. Baron Rothberg was murdered here in this very room. Someone did it. Father Gnot believes it was one of the monks, Brother Piero. I have met with Brother Piero and questioned him at length. While it seems unlikely that a man of his age and temperament could have murdered the Baron, he was discovered in flagrant delicto. He wasn't, though. The Baron was already dead. Stop talking. If you wish to advocate on behalf of Brother Piero, I suggest shutting your mouth until I ask you a question. Piero had reason to resent the Baron, the loss of his work and the insistence on discussing the writings with the troublemaker of Wittenberg. As for his age and infirmary, I myself have read many cases in which a man of modest strength succumbs to the temptation of the devil. Once seized by a devilish fever, the poor sinner gains an infernal power that allows him to inflict grievous wounds, sometimes fatal. What I am saying is, in sight of circumstances, Brother Piero is the most plausible perpetrator of the most vile act. I understand that you are on friendly terms with Brother Piero. You may also interact with the Baron in both the town and the Abbey. Did you witness anything that suggests that anyone else could have murdered Baron Rothvogel? Lucky, no. Sister Matilda, no. Attilia. The Abbey Prior. I'm going to say the Abbey Prior. I know it's probably not going to get me very far. I truly believe it was either him or Martin. But it's given me the option for the Abbey's Prior, Frenric. So I'm going to put that forward. That's an extraordinary claim, Andreas. The abbot speaks highly of the prior, and he oversees both you and Brother Piero's work, does he not? Yes, but Brother Fenric's role in the scriptorium has little bearing on his motive. An extraordinary claim requires extraordinary evidence for me to take it seriously. Why should I take the word of an artist over a respected officer of this abbey? I can provide evidence of Prior Fenric's motive. Please do so. I can't say that one because I haven't followed that one all the way through, but I'm going to say the exchanging of letters. You have proof of this? I have a letter the prior wrote to the Baron. Hot goss! I got an achievement for that. In it, the prior mentions that he will not perform a ritual for the Baron, even if the Baron does follow through with a threat to implicate him to inquisitors in Innsbruck. The implication of necromancy is a serious matter. The prior's position would have been in peril, possibly even his life. Love the achievement names on this. Nice. I wonder what did you do here, Bee's Knees? I'm curious. Who did you implicate, if you implicated anyone? I'm curious. The prior's position would have been in peril, possibly even his life. And how do you believe Prior Fenric would have killed the Baron? I pray you will not say it was a magical ritual. I am not certain, Your Reverence. Ah, troublesome wrinkle. Is there anything else that you would like to say about the prior? I might as well say this. On the day the Baron arrived, I secretly observed Friar Prenrick in the scriptorium. Was this an intentionally covert observation? No, I was working alone and dropped something on the floor. The prior did not know I was there. Very well, continue. He wrote a note, a cipher, and a book. It was associated with the Bovel that he used to encode something. Yes, what had he encoded? I am not certain, but it is very suspicious. Master Maler, could you please confine your remarks to information that leads somewhere useful? I do not have any other evidence against the prior. Very well. Who else may have wanted to see the Baron dead? So, I've given the prior. I can also throw Martin under the bus. I worry if I do so, Martin will be the one that gets the blame, even if the prior did it. You also said Frederick, but you had evidence that I apparently do not. You also knew the translation for his documents. I did too. I just didn't dig up the grave. I couldn't get around to digging up the grave because I didn't get the permission from the abbot, and I didn't lie to what's-his-face. And I didn't get around to seeing Otto before this happened. I did things very slowly. So, yeah. I don't lie. In this game, I have chosen that I do not lie, so I do not con people. You were a hedonist, bee's knees. I was not. I am not a hedonist. I tell the truth. So, that's what got me. I am playing the character. I tell the truth. I do not scam and con my way out of things. That's why the abbot also knew that I was in I was involved in the what's it called? Autopsy. Because I didn't just hide, I stood out in the open. I'm gonna see, like, I don't have enough evidence for the prior. So I have to give Martin as well. And Martin does have very convincing evidence. And I don't give a shit about Martin either. Even more reason as to why this is totally an RPG, getting to play it like both of us did on the same game. Exactly. It's very true, actually. It is more of an RPG than I, like, gave it credit for. I just have never been particularly a fan of RPGs. A lot of them are not very well done, in my opinion, so I don't play a lot of them. And a lot of them have difficult mechanics that I don't really like. This one I like, though. I really like this one. I'm throwing Prior Frenrick as my main candidate. I am putting Martin forward as I don't think I have enough evidence for Prior Frenrick. So, I would rather see Martin die than Brother Piero. Because, and this is just a personal thing, not necessarily something I'm putting on Andreas, Brother Piero doesn't deserve to die. Martin probably does, to be perfectly honest. I mean, like, a lot of other people do before him, but I don't have the power to kill them without actively killing them. But Martin, he does not deserve to continue living in this world with people that care about him so much. They deserve to be able to warn him and move on. Especially since his wife, I'm pretty sure, already has a child of his. So, she'll be fine. Stay hydrated, everybody. So I'm gonna say Martin. Oh god, his name's already come up in inquiries. Yes, his name has come up in my inquiries. Well, jeez. My understanding is that he absconded with some of the Baron's value. This is probably because I told everybody that I saw him. And so other people were like, oh yeah, he stole things. He stole shit. Your bee is holding like a cup that's identical to mine. Look at that. That is so cute. I love that. Matching cups! Woo! My understanding is that he absconded with some of the Baron's valuables. Arnold? Yes, your reverence. A silver ring, a gold ring, 12 gulden, 10 groschen, and a book intended as a gift for the abbey. Thank you. It is my understanding that this boy is known as a thief, but also a coward. And the thief from the Abbey's guest house after the Baron had already left. Even so, it is possible that he could have committed the murder, Your Reverence. Yes, it is possible, but also very unlikely in my judgment. I am not treating him as a serious suspect for the Baron's murder at this time. Who else would have wanted to see the Baron dead? I am not putting anybody else up on the chopping block. I don't know enough about Lucky's story, but if he did it, I don't think he deserved to die for it. Matilda didn't do it, and I honestly don't believe that the widow, Attilia, did it. So I'm gonna say nobody else. Very well. Are you aware of anything else that might shed light on this case? Has Brother Florian told you about the note he found in the Baron's clothing? Yes, Brother Florian explained how he came to find it and told me of its contents. Master Al-Jaga has entered it into testimony in our register. I don't understand the implications. Who is the innocent? It is not clear to me either, Your Reverence. Do you believe the murderer wrote it? And if anyone else did it, they deserve to get away with it. Yeah, because they did it. They covered it up pretty fucking well if they did it. Whoever wrote it was a talented scribe. I understand Keirsau has two, the elderly brother Adoc and a young brother Guy. To be frank, Your Reverence, neither man has the skills right in this way. There is something else about it too. The style is just different. It's unlike Adoc and Guy's writing, unlike mine. Something about the way the first and second stroke meet on the A and the G. There's that one family that has a slightly different font than the rest of the families. The text appears upside down, and then their G's look a bit weird. Interesting. I wonder whether they are connected to this more than I realize. Yes, well, whatever the particulars, it seems they will remain a mystery that stands apart from the commission of the murder. Unfortunately, there is more to tell. I found more notes. Notes written in the same hand on the same type of parchment to those who had a motive to kill the Baron. It is deeply troubling, but again, beyond the bounds of this investigation. It shouldn't be, my dude. It really should not be. In any case, I thank you for bringing it to my attention. Of course, Your Reverence. Until next time. Until then. Final day of Law and Judgment, May 1518. Andreas, I didn't think you were coming to this. I didn't think I was either. I suppose I wanted to see how this ends after all. It was the prior of the Abbey, It was the prior of the Abbey, if you can believe it. Did you ever talk with him in the Abbey? Did I get the prior killed? If I got the prior killed, I'm very happy. Because I was like, I'll throw Martin under the bus, but then Martin's evidence was like not at all convincing. But like, I thought that the prior's evidence wasn't convincing either. Honestly, I don't even care whether the prior did it. He deserves to die. I want him dead. I'm vicious sometimes. I'm not playing... The way that I am acting is not the way that I am playing Andreas. I just don't like the prior at all. Like, I truly believe that he did do it. I didn't necessarily gather all the evidence. I think that if I had somebody dig up the grave of, what's-his-face, the person that he had written the note about, I would have found more evidence. But I don't care. I managed to convince the archdeacon that it was the prior, which I'm very happy about. It was the prior of the Abbey, if you can believe it. Did you ever talk with him in the Abbey, Andreas? You just missed the trial, Andreas. Oh, I killed the prior! That archdeacon read all of the charges and found him guilty. I worked with him almost every day, Clara. I didn't know he had it in him to murder. I don't think Fenric did it. The archdeacon got it wrong. I worked with him every day. He was obsessed with dark magic. It's only a matter of time before he got caught. He was not obsessed with dark magic. Welcome back, Jess. We managed to convince the Archdeacon that it was the prior. We did it. I'm excited about it. Worked with him almost every day, Clara. I did not know he had it in him to murder. Oh, they want you to think they're so pious, but all they're here to do is slowly drain the life out of town. Hi, Mama! How you doing? I'm gonna give a shout out to Mama. I was looking at one of your streams the other day. I have been doing very well. How have you been doing? We are playing a game called Pentiment, and it's sort of like a 16th century murder mystery RPG situation. And we just, quote unquote, solved the murder. We pinned it on the prior of the abbey, and the archdeacon found him guilty. And I don't care. I personally think he did it. I don't care if he actually did it. I just personally think he did it. I think most of the evidence points to him. I didn't figure out Lucky's deal, but I really don't think it would have been Lucky. So, and honestly, the prior deserved to die. I appreciate you, Mama. I didn't pin it on him. I was like, here is the evidence. And I just didn't mention anyone else because he also attacked a nun, Matilda, and Matilda definitely didn't do it. The only other person that I reckon possibly could have done it is Cecilia, Mother Cecilia. But she wasn't an option. And also, I don't think that she deserves to die. I think that she would have been well justified to kill him. Yep. Sent the prior to straight H-E double hockey sticks. Hell, hell, hell. Yeah, the guy that got murdered attacked a nun. So he deserved to die. And then the person that was originally accused, Brother Piero, did not deserve to die. But the prior did deserve to die. So just stick it on the prior. I think he did it. I said I think he did it. The archdeacon was like, sure, I guess he did it. They want you to think they're so pious, but all they're really here to do is slowly drain the life out of this town. Peter is so vicious. I love him. My December's been really good. How about yours, Mama? How's everyone's year's been, by the way? We are 2 days away from the end of it. Calm down, Peter. Oh, here comes the procession. Otto! I love Otto. Did I miss anything? No, you're fine. Andreas. Otto. Agnes D. I did not do this. God knows, even if you do not. Agnes D. Quitol Pica Miserable Novus. This can't be happening. This can't be happening. Agnes D. Quitolus. Interesting. Running like a chicken. Crying like a woman. Pathetic. Silence! Silence! We went to Disneyland, which is lovely, but unfortunately you got COVID. Oh no, I'm so sorry you got COVID. I suspected it when a guy sneezed/coughed on your wife. No, that's so disgusting. I hate when people do that. And people have been like, were already bad about it before the pandemic situation happened. But after it sort of kicked up, they got so much worse and like actively, maliciously aggressive about it. And it's just horrible the way that people treat each other like over health matters. It bothers me so much. Just glad you got your bivalent boosters and did mask in many places, that's fair. The guy very much half-heartedly covering his mouth and very much was not masking. Yeah, no, that's just an asshole then. Somebody that is actively and maliciously trying to hurt people. I ordered the executioner to carry out his duty. Humans suck sometimes. Try being a bee. Or try being a cat. My own little kitty is saying hello to me because I didn't talk in chat before. But I did, shouting people out doesn't count as talking. This message was sponsored by The Hive. Nice. I like you, Bee's Knees. I find you very entertaining. I'm definitely gonna have to catch one of your streams. Well, there's you two, your favorite cousin is a nurse and her husband's a PA for COVID ward. Wow. Your mum works in a local hospital. That's a lot of people that like work in healthcare that are immediately around you. I can definitely understand why you would feel the way you do. Glad you decided to hang out while she played tonight. I'm glad too. You are a great company, Bee's Knees. I order the executioner to carry out his duty. I warrant him peace and safe conduct, whatever may befall him. I'm going to watch. No, my god, my god. Hold still, this may be gory, everyone. It may be gory. Just a warning. It may be gory if you would like to look away. I am not going to. No, no, no! Oh god, he didn't get him completely. Oh god. That took a while. That sucked for him. My Lord Judge, have I executed well? You have executed as judgment and law have required. For that, I thank God and my master who has taught me such art. Chelsea, your wife, and you also helped several thousand people get vaccinated during the initial pushes in California because you volunteered at your hospital's emergency vaccination clinic. That's amazing, Malmal. Excellent work. I love that. Yeah, Frenric sucks to suck, Prior Frenric. I hate that guy. I'm glad he's dead. I know this was your doing, Andreas. If you want somebody to blame, blame yourself. You turned a blind eye to his activities for years. How dare you! Do you not understand the pressure I'm under to keep this abbey together? You are no longer welcome in Keirsau, Andreas Maler. I will send your final payment to the Gertners. May you have a long and successful career in Nuremberg, and may you never travel this way again. I never got to have my dinner or lunch with Smokey. Separation! Piero! He's alive! Andreas, the time has come for you to leave us. I'm afraid so, Brother Pierre. This is farewell. We'll have to be brief. Father Gnot made it clear I was no longer welcome at the Keirsau. I pray that time will soften Father Abbott's heart. I hope eventually he realizes you were only trying to help me. This is a sad parting, but inevitable. I had hoped you would stay a bit longer. But the world needs you more than Keirsau does. You have grown beyond this old abbey and become a master in your own right. I will miss you, my son. Who's gonna keep you out of trouble when I'm gone? I pray this is the last trouble I will see in my old age, and I have God and you to thank for getting me out of it. Come, your masterpiece is complete. May I see it one last time before you go. Please, I value your assessment. The opinion of one old monk matters little. All the same, I am excited to see it finished at last. Woo! It is a masterpiece, truly worthy of the word. It is really pretty. I like the detailing up here. And it appears you took my advice to heart. What advice was that? Oh, he put himself into it. Put yourself into the work. That's hilarious. Not just to interpret another artist's work, but to transform it into something true. He literally put himself in the... That's hilarious. I love it. This shows the world is as it is. As you have seen it, even if it is not how we may want to see it. Yeah, these are the people I lived with. That's Clara, and that's Peter. And that's Big Jorg! Even though it may not be my place to say it, I'm proud of you, Andreas. And there's the mill in the background. Oh! What's this? A scrap of parchment? Do not return here. A warning. Ooh. You've been sick since the evening of December 15th. Oh no, but luckily the symptoms aren't as bad as they could have been without the vaccine and boosters. Very true, and very good that you got those. The primary ones have been headache and coughing and congestion and a loss of taste and a ton of fatigue. The fatigue really sucks. I have suffered fatigue for most of my life, and it really fucking sucks. Chelsea and I have been in full isolation since becoming symptomatic. Very good, very good. Keeping those around you safe. I love it. And me testing positive, gotta protect others, and also mend at home. Exactly. Love Jorg! I love Big Jorg. A warning. So, does that mean that I didn't find the killer? I didn't find the killer for certain. He is still at large. But the prior is dead, so that's all I care about. Fatigue is awful. Whose hand is this? It doesn't look like Brother Adolf's or Brother Guy's. Brother Florian and I found a similar note in the Baron's clothing. I found more notes delivered to others I was investigating. They must have been written by someone who knew the darkest secrets of the town and the abbey. They tugged at those secrets to kill the Baron, like someone pulling the threads that had been buried in the past. A frightening thought, but who would do such a thing? I wish I knew. Do not trouble yourself about it. Your future lies outside of these walls. I hope that you will have time to visit me once or twice in your travels before the Lord takes me. I will come as often as I can, assuming Father Gnot does not forbid it. We must have faith that better days are ahead of all of us. God bless you, Andreas Maler. Thank you for your friendship. Until next time. I love him. Give him a hug. Oh, don't give him a hug then. Hmm? Oh no! Are you alright, Master Andreas? Sorry to hear that you caught COVID. Considering most of your vaccinations, it should be nothing but a flu or cold. You should be good within a week or so. I don't know if you've mentioned, but your wife, this Chelsea 69, is disabled, and so am I. So very big empathy on the fatigue pills. Exactly, yeah. You feel me. You feel me, Mama and Chelsea. Stay hydrated, everybody. Especially in this rain. Are you alright, Master Andreas? What? Are you alright, Master Andreas? Yes, thank you. I was just remembering him. Yeah, the symptoms aren't as bad as they could be, but it's still not great to be sick. Trying to, anyway. It doesn't come easily anymore. Oh, would you like me to leave you alone? No, Caspar, it's not necessary. There's nothing to be done about it now, it's too late. Like so many things. Andreas Maler, I never expected to see your face here again. I hope to not see your face again, guy. Fuck you. Have you been to Nuremberg for these past 7 years? Yeah, in Nuremberg for a few years, but then I received some lucrative commissions abroad. Saw this game on Xbox Game Pass and thought it looked interesting. I highly recommend it. I highly recommend that you get this. It is an excellent game. It is a lot of fun. I am only part of the way through it. This is not actually the end, even though it does seem like it's concluding. It is not the end. And I know that for a fact. This game takes a while to get through, and I am barely scratching the surface here. Bee's Knees also recently finished playing it and also highly recommends it. You are hoping to play it too? Yes! Surprised that most people would be reckless to be coughing at something so crowded as a theme park, especially with the whole COVID scare that happened last year. There are a lot of people that are quite malicious about COVID, unfortunately, and just like people's health in general. But particularly since like COVID has ramped up, people are being like very malicious about it, actively, in like this way of like, you know, it is my God-given right to spread disease if I see fit. There's also this like weird thing that a lot of people have that's rooted in Christianity, ironically, that it's like a physical ailment is considered a questionable morality thing. So if you are sick, it is likely because you have done something to deserve that sickness. And so a lot of people that do these things either, one, do not believe that they are actually sick and are sort of doing it as a bit of a morality play of like, you know, if you see me coughing in your face and you assume that you're going to catch something off of me, it's because you assume that I am an immoral person who catches diseases. Which also comes from like Christianity puritanism and this idea that you only caught diseases from like doing intimate acts with other people, such as sex, as well as the second thing of like some people that are sick sort of see themselves as passing it along to people that truly deserve to be sick. It's a weird morality thing for some people. Most people have ditched the mask and proper hand washing. I wash my hands like I'm scrubbing into surgery, as told by the people who actually scrub into surgery, all the way up to the elbows. There's definitely a bunch of people who just splash water on their fingers. Yup. The people that just sort of turn on the tap and go, and then turn off the tap. The religious element is really selfish, weird, and dangerous, but it is heavily ingrained in people. Particularly, like, for some reason, Americans, they are particularly ingrained with the religious symbolism around, like, these Christian concepts, even though a lot of them have not read and do not comprehend the text of the Bible that they base so many of their intrinsic societal beliefs on. It is a fascinating study in what happens in Protestant, heavily sort of Christianized areas of the world. Finger miming of they do this and then they're done. the fingy miming. You were in Berg for a few years, but then I received some lucrative commissions abroad. Ooh, I get to pick another background. Was I in Poland? I would know some Polish, a bit of Czech and Hungary, and can reference cultural touchstones from Kharkov, Prague, and Buda. Interesting. I don't want to be from England. Reference, because like, I don't care about knowing English. Can reference cultural touchstones from London and parts of Britain and France. It's bad here, even in California, because there are strong pockets of conservative Christians who have been very vocal against any kind of precaution or community care. Yep, because they don't understand properly, it seems, theory of disease, as well as this idea that if you are sick, it is because God wills it. If you get sick, it is because God wills you to get sick. And it is your fault for being immoral. Fucking weird. Weird people. I don't care about being from France. So, Andreas knows, if I go from Aragon, I know some Spanish and a bit of Arabic. Arabic? Oh, that would be interesting. And can reference cultural touchstones from Barcelona and Valencia. It's either Poland or Aragon. I feel like Aragon would mix well with my Italian past, but Poland would feel like I was more well-traveled. Curious. I'm surprised that the person that was coughing wasn't contained. I mean, the theme park wouldn't just allow people to infect everyone, would they? Theme parks don't give a shit about what people do. If you like to know what I knew about Frederick, I can tell you now, now that he's been unalived. I would love to know, Bee's Knees. Let me know. It's up to you, though, of course, if you want to know what I found. I would love to know what you found. I would love to know. I am curious. I will likely replay this game on my own in the future and, like, try to discover all the secrets and probably use a walkthrough and try to, like, uncover a few more things. I'm stuck between Poland and Aragon, though. I really want to know Arabic. And that would match better with my other past. But then, like, this is also interesting. And then I can know bits of Czech and Hungarian. Luckily, where my wife and I live, it's pretty safe and considerate. But when my cousins lived in SoCal, not so. My cousin's husband, the one who works in the COVID ward, had trucks of deceased patients that they didn't have room for at the hospital at one point. That sucks so much. I'm so sorry to hear that, Mama. That really fucking sucks. Eeny. What do you guys think I should pick? Should I go for Poland or Aragon? You find the murder weapon and a scepter for occult rituals and other proof implicating him for the murder. So he did do it, Bee's Knees. Or he was heavily framed at the very least if he didn't do it. That is very interesting. So if I had dug up the grave, I would have found the murder weapon and further proof implicating him. He did in fact commit the murder as far as I was concerned. I believe so too. I don't think that the game will ever give you a tick, you made the right choice sort of move, but based on the evidence, it does seem highly likely. I do think that there was somebody else that was trying to push people into doing it, and Frederick is probably the only one that actually took the bait. If you were able to fully read everything in his house. Yeah, I wasn't able to fully read everything in his house, I don't think. Sadly, no, in a large part because they can't watch all of the people at all times, exactly. I think it's based on personal accountability and responsibility, but as we know, people can be not so great. Very true. You make a valid point, Octavia. Theme parks mentality is if it doesn't affect the business or organization, then they don't give a rat's ass. Exactly. If it's not affecting their money-making machine, they don't care. Bee's Knees does have a great name. I am so glad that they have come in to share this time with us. It has been absolutely wonderful to have you here, Bee's Knees. I am still stuck between Poland and Aragon. What do you guys think I should pick? Should I go with Poland and know Polish and a bit of Czech and Hungary? Or should I go with Aragon and know Spanish and bits of Arabic? I don't know. You think Aragon? Anybody else have any opinions? Poland is what you picked. Okay, so you just don't want to see the same thing. Aragon would match better with like the previous like study in Italy. So I like that option better for like continuity. But Poland also seems like fun. Exactly, yeah, you get me, Bee's Knees. We did have a fun time at the park. My cousin, the nurse, spent the day with you all. And you ate nice food and a relaxed time. Let's go with Aragon. Okay, that's 2 votes for Aragon. We're going for it. We're doing Aragon. We spent a few years in Aragon. They're quite fond of the Netherlandish paintings, and my style is, well, very close enough. Are they still conducting those ghastly inquisitions, though? Across the peninsula, yes. Though less so in Aragon. Why? I find them cruel. The Jews were ejected from Dijon as well, an ugly part of our history. Yes, there's a lot of situations where what we have done to Jewish people is an ugly part of our history, believe it or not. Anti-Semitism runs rampant to this day. Love your Jewish neighbors, my friends. Can't pay too much attention to the gameplay to give my choices. So trying to stay spoiler free. That's fair enough, that's fair enough. It's kind of hard. Like, there are technically, it's like, it is a linear storyline, so you can technically be spoiled. Apologies that Bee's Knees also gave a bit of a spoiler. But also, like, I asked for it. But yeah, it's sort of one of those things where you can, like, I've watched somebody else play through parts of it, and I did not feel like I was spoiled at all. But that's just, like, my personal thing. Especially in games like this, where your choice matters quite a lot. I did not feel that enjoying somebody else experiencing the story would at all impact my ability to enjoy the story, because it was such a well-crafted story. Eyes glazed over the game chat as much as possible. Fair enough, fair enough. It's linear, but very much a choose-your-own adventure-based kind of game. Exactly. I love it so much. I'm having so much fun with it. I'm surprised you care at all. Well, I'm not about to leap into a fire to save anyone, but I don't think it's right what happened to them. The sound of rain in this game is really soothing. It is a good description. In spite of your extensive travels and success, you're still not welcome in Keirsau. The abbot hasn't forgotten what happened. 7 years isn't all that long. I was just passing through on my way to Nuremberg, thought I'd stop. I simply wanted to pay my respects to an old friend. Surely you understand that. I understand why Father Abbot expelled you from the abbey. What were you expecting? A hero's welcome? Tell Father Gnot I'll be staying in the Land's house for a night or two before moving on. Well, I wouldn't mind. I didn't get Fenric killed, if that's what this is about. Fine, tell Father Gnot I'll be staying at the Land house for a night or two. An inn or tavern, usually owned and operated by a single family, that serves travellers in rural areas. The Golden Hand, I'll tell him, but I can't imagine he'll care. You love the sound of rain in general? That is fair. Enjoy a lot of Goosebumps choose your own adventure books when I was a kid. I loved those. I used to do that thing that I would, like, read to a choice, and then I'd stick my finger in where that choice was, to flick to one of the pages, and read through some of that to see whether or not it was a dead end. And so, like, I would end up having, like, 5 or so fingers, like, shoved into the book in different places so I could flip back and forth. Because I loved those books so much, and I wanted to, like, read every possible ending. I like to know everything. Why is he so rude? God bless you. Now be off! Same. Finger bookmarker works well. It does. The Revolution. Chapter 4? June 1525. I didn't think that I'd gone through that many chapters, but okay. I'm in the prime hour. It is so dark outside, though. That monk seems unhappy to see you, Master Andreas. Why is the abbot so angry with you? Towards the end of my stay in Tassing, there was a murder at Keirsau Abbey. A nobleman. Father Gnot panicked and accused my friend, Brother Pierre, of committing the crime. I helped convince the investigating archdeacon that another monk was responsible. Prior Fenric. I'm going to tell the truth. Have you refreshed your hair with colour recently? Your hair looks fantastic. I put some green in it, and it's come out sort of a bluish green turquoisey colour. I appreciate that, Mama. I like to change up my hair. I'm thinking of going orange next, to be perfectly honest. And I like the cool tone colours, but I'm hyped for a bit of a change. The reading gets serious when the finger bookmarks come out. It really does. I helped convince the investigating archdeacon that another monk was responsible, Prior Fenric. He was executed for the crime. You got someone killed? No, I collected evidence and presented it truthfully. The archdeacon is the one that made the ruling. Well, you couldn't let your friend die. Why didn't you mention it before? Well, I suppose it must have been a hard situation if the abbot was still mad about you. I had to make some difficult choices. Maybe they were the wrong ones, and I've had to live with that. Why did we come here if you're not welcome? I wanted to pay my respect to Brother Pierre. And to be honest, I was looking forward to not looking forward to returning to Nuremberg. This commission, it's an obscure vanity piece under the pretext of a religious scene. My patrons just want to celebrate themselves and their wealth. I dread every new commission more than the last. Every step I take towards home is agonizing. Poor Andreas hates his life. Given you a follow, how have you been liking Pedestrian so far? Have you been playing Pedestrian? I don't know what that game is at all, but I'm curious. But Master, you're famous and rich. Your work is wonderful. When I saw your altarpiece in Nuremberg, I begged my father to help me become your apprentice. I don't understand how you could accomplish all that and be unhappy. It must be hard to believe. I was once very much like you. All that I have accomplished is my work, yes. Now I am left hollow with nothing else. I thought I wanted to be like my father, like my brother. I thought that was my dream. I'm gonna say I was once very much like you. Once wanted this life so much that it consumed my every waking thought. Pedestrian is a super cool 2D platforming puzzle game. Nice, where you're a person on street signs in a city. Ooh, that's interesting. Are you enjoying it? I assume so, because you called it a super cool game, so... Pedestrian has been nice. I like going into games with very little knowledge of them, so you can be surprised. It's a lovely time. You played more of it in one sitting than you thought you would. Very nice. I love when that happens with a game. I've kind of been having that experience with this game. I might need to end soon, because I've almost been going for 4 hours, and it's getting quite late. And I think people might be wanting to head to bed, and the bed is right over there, and it becomes awkward because it's in the background of my stream. I don't know if I've changed or if I want what I want. It was never really... Let me start again. I don't know if I've changed or if what I wanted was never really real. Maybe I've been a fool this whole time. I'll probably finish it sooner and then continue Surgeon Simulator. You chose that because you've been sick. Fair enough. Is that the one where you're controlling the hands and the fingers independently? And it's like really difficult and janky? If you like that, have you heard of a game called Outer Wilds? I've heard of that game. I've heard that it's decent. I don't know much about it other than I have vaguely heard of Outer Wilds. I want life as an artist to be better for you, Casper. Learn from my mistakes. So this is what you've got to look forward to, Casper. A life of disappointment. Learn from my mistakes, Casper. Learn from my mistakes. Alright. Yes, Master Andreas. I shouldn't be betting you with such dark thoughts, Casper. Come, let's visit an old friend, Klaus. It's been too long. As you like, Master Andreas. I have heard of Outer Wilds, but know nothing about it. Lol. With movies I like, will plug my ears and close your eyes during trailers. Wow. Fair enough. Hello, who are you, Hannah? Hello, Andreas. How are you enjoying your stay? It's been wonderful, Hannah. Thank you. Oh, good. You're in the best room we have. I'm glad it's to your liking. Was there anything else? No, thank you. Until later. Until then. She seems nice. Can I go down the stairs? There we go. My suggestion is not even to read the Steam description of Outer Wilds, as there's a spoiler in there. Wow. Well, I'm at my family's home. I will run out of room to avoid a trailer. Screenshots are alright to look at, though. Nice. Don't forget to stay hydrated, everybody. Killian! Good day, Master Maler. Oh, to the meadows. No. This way. Is there anything over here? Oh, who are you? Nico! Ah, Master Maler, is it? Hello and welcome to the Golden Hand. I am Nico Berger. I own this land house and run it with my wife Hannah, who's up there, and our son Killian. I believe my boy helped you to your room. Is it to your liking? It's lovely, thank you. I'm glad to hear it. I'm glad to hear it. When you arrived in town, one of the locals said you lived here a few years back. Yes, I worked at the Abbey as an artist. Ah, I see. I heard that you were involved with solving a murder. Yes, out of necessity. The wrong man was being accused of the crime, a friend of mine. I heard he was the prior at the Abbey, that the Baron was a sacrifice in some diabolical spell the brother was casting. So that's not true. He wasn't casting a spell, the Baron wasn't a sacrifice. Where did you hear that? I heard bits and pieces that people have said here and there. Sounds like the story has changed in the last 7 years. I mean no offense, Master Maler. I just find it to be an interesting story. It's not a story, it's something that happened. 2 people died. Of course, of course. Again, I meant no offense. Well, I'll leave you to your day. Until later. Until then. Wow. Ooh, who are you? Samuel? Hello, Andreas. Who is Samuel? He looks fancy. Otto! Just do it. You know it's the right thing. I don't understand why it's so hard for you. Otto, I'm scared. It's dangerous to cross the abbot. Would you prefer the alternative? You don't need to do that, Otto. I understand. I just say... Andreas Maler? Otto! It's so good to see you again, old friend. Otto, you're looking well. This is my apprentice, Casper Ziegler, from Salzburg. Small city located on the river of Salzach and founded on Roman ruins. Rumor of violence and rebellion in the city are becoming more common. Casper's hometown. Oh, excuse me. Good day. Ah, that answers that. I thought he might be your son. We don't grow up that fast, even in Nuremberg. I've only been married 7 years, Otto. Oh, good point. How old are you then? 14, sir. Shit, I never would have known. Easy living will do that to you, I guess. Ava and I just had our first one. Little Otto, though we call him Otts. Oh my gosh! A baby Otts! That's so cute! Congratulations to you both, that's wonderful news! Thank you. It's been a trial with Dad gone. Oh, old Otto is gone. But Clara and Ursula, ooh, Ursula will be like, what, 10 now? Help out when they can. Yeah, she's like a full child now, instead of just a toddler. He lived a surprisingly long time considering his profession and previous stroke. Not long enough for me, not long enough for Otts. Dr. Saltz said it was another stroke while he was sleeping, thankfully. I know Ava wrote to you about my father's death, Andreas. Why didn't you write back? I'm sorry. Things got busy after I left Tassing. Sorry to interrupt, but I should be heading back. I feel like I remember your face, but I can't place it. Oh, don't trouble yourself. It's me, Martin, remember? Martin? The asshole Martin? Are you less of an asshole now? You've grown. It's been known to happen with children. It's Martin. Maybe he's less of an asshole now. As much as I love whiling away the hours in the meadow, I have a lot to attend to. Otto, I'll see you at the meeting later. Andreas, until later. Good to see you, Martin. He seems a whole lot less rude, pain in my ass, although Otto still doesn't like him. Martin! What's this meeting about? Is something happening in town? I can't believe how much Martin's changed. True. He's like the prodigal son. Took over his father's farm after France died. Aww. Although France was an asshole and deserved to die as well. So. He's been a much better husband to Brigida and a provider for Cat. Honestly, his father was probably abusive. Like, to him directly. As well as, obviously, to Cat. He was very much openly abusive to Cat, so. How's little Wolf doing? Francis' heart gave out. Local legend said that he was screaming at Cat and then he dropped dead. Yup, that seems likely. Not that I want anyone to suffer, but few were sad to see that man go. That's true. And little Wolf, he died a few months after you left? Oh my god. I think Martin still feels guilty about it. Little Wolf, poor little Wolf. Are we not going to talk about the child that died 7 years ago? What's this about a meeting? You've picked an interesting time to visit. Come by the town commons in a while. I think you'll be interested to hear what I have to say. Actually, I was just on my way to see Klaus. Tell him to come too. He's been dragging his feet. Until later. The many-petaled tinfoil. It grows easily. Some consider it a weed. I still think it has a certain charm. The mill. Oh, a kitty. I'm gonna pet the kitty. Wow. It is a great emote. Shall we go to the mill? Miller house, not allowed inside. Okie dokie. Oh, hello? Andreas, I had heard you were back in Tassing. God bless you. God bless you, Father Thomas. It's good to see you again. Hopefully this visit will be less eventful than your last. Tassing has enough going on as it is. We have our bonfire for St. John's Eve tomorrow night. People get up to all sorts of mischief. St. John's, the feast of celebration of St. John the Baptist, beginning at sunset on June 23rd, coincides with Midsummer's Day and the summer solstice. And then it's my job to hear their confessions in the days that follow. Not to mention the grumbling of the peasants are making. Let's just talk, brother. No need to scare our guests with such things. I'm sure if there's trouble, Master Maler will be the first to stick his nose in it. It's easy enough for you to come and go. You don't have to live with the consequences. After Frenerick was executed, Father Abbot made Matthieu the new prior. He would have done a better job, to be perfectly honest. Prairie may have been annoying, but Matthieu is worse. Thanks for that. It would have been better for everyone if you had simply allowed Brother Piero to die. Wow. After all, he only had a few years left anyway. You're a buffoon and coward who hides behind his habit. Friends, there's no need for such ire. Forgive me, Father Thomas. I let my passions get the better of me. Besides, that's not why I came down here. Slap! I actually came down to speak to you on the abbot's behalf, Andreas. Father Gnot would like to invite you to come to the library tomorrow morning if you're interested in purchasing some of our books. What? This is a surprising turn of events. The abbot had me run off, now he wants me back. Oh, wonderful, fantastic. Wait. Are things so bad that the abbot is selling off Keirsau's greatest treasures? The abbey needs money more than it needs ink-stained parchment. Nobody values these books anymore, except perhaps you. The library is not quite ready yet, as it does not see much use. If you could come by tomorrow morning, Mother Illuminata can show you what is available. Mother Illuminata? She became the mother? Yes, it's Mother Cecilia passed a few years ago. Whoa, and I didn't realize she was so old. How did she die? Peacefully in her sleep. So tomorrow morning, she didn't seem that old. Alright, tell him to expect me. I'm sure he'll be overjoyed. And Andreas, I apologize for my harsh words before. I was rash. Brother Piero was a pious man and a skilled artist. We miss him. I appreciate you saying that. I miss him too. Excellent. I'm so glad you two were able to work things out. Sure. They probably killed her. There does seem to be a lot of death in this town. I know that somebody else dies. Can't remember who, but I know somebody else dies. Oh, Father Thomas, do you have a moment to speak inside the church? Yes, I think so. Why? A private matter. Oh, of course, of course. Until tomorrow. God bless you, Andreas. The abbot's invitation. At the hands of the church! Yeah, the church always kills a whole bunch of people. Yep, okay. So, that's locked. The widow is surely not still alive. Yeah, I can't even go into her house anymore. There's no way that she was still alive. Who was I going to see? Feels strange being back in Keirsau, back in Tassing. I haven't talked to anyone here in years. I should stop by Klaus's home to see how he's doing. Klaus. Where did Klaus live? Here. I can make my way around. I want to talk to some people first. Oops. Andreas absorbed some concepts of Christian mysticism via the heretical book he found in Keirsau's scriptorium. Oh, okay. He's continued his studies with other translated texts as he's found them interesting. I ran into Otto Zimmerman and Martin Bauer having a discussion in the meadow. Martin returned from his adventure as a changed man. Otto told me to come back to comments later. I'll head there after I talk to Klaus. I ran into Brother Kai outside of the town church. He extended an invitation to the abbot to buy books in the library. Mother Illuminata will be waiting for me in the morning. That was an awkward round of Dead by Daylight. Oh no, one of your teammates let you all die and help 0 times. That's horrible. That's Tassing. Out of Tassing. And Keirsau. Interesting. It's nice that we have a little objective marker now. Martin. Joanna. Wife of Nico, co-proprietor of the Golden Hand Laumus. Guy. Swifthand, generally disliked for his mean-spirited, two-faced, sycophant behavior. Father cannot entrust Guy writing the Abbey's most important documents. Killian, beautiful son. Works at the Golden Hand. Martin, son of France and Cat Bauer. Husband of Brigida, known for his chill issues. Flight from Tassing and repentant return. Nico, Otto. Little Otto. Otts. Father Thomas. We already knew about Father Thomas, though. I guess we're, like, regaining information about the people that are here now. Instead of the people that used to be here. Okay, we can't go in there. How many chapters are in this game? You can't remember? Don't think you replied about Surgeon Simulator. It is the one with the weird controls of just one arm/hand. Yeah, I thought so. Yeah, I'm not sure. Okay, so I can't go into this one either. You haven't played Pentiment. Yeah, it's Bee's Knees that has played Pentiment, not Mama. I don't think anybody's available for me to talk to. You know, that's locked off to me. So is that one. Oh, there's a new building going on here. Interesting. What's being built here? The Rathus construction is going smoothly. I wonder if they'll finish it before winter. There's 3 main acts. I think I'm in Act 2 then. Right? Because Act 1 was what I just finished. And then this would be like the 2nd act. I think. Can't be certain. Yeah, I've just started Act 2. Thank you. Now I am certain. Nope. Glossary. A community hall where people meet, typically under the council, that governs day-to-day affairs under the authority of the Lord. Okie dokie. I guess I can only go to the directors. It's not letting me speak to anyone else. Anton? Who are you? Hello, Master Maler. Where's Klaus? Is this not where I was supposed to go? Son of Carl and Helena. The Drucker house. Oh, I'm over here. I need to be up there. So I need to go around. My bad. Nope, wrong direction. Again, I think. There we go, Druckers. Here we go. We figured it out. I got lost a little bit. Baby. Magdalene. Bah. Andreas. I'm sorry, Klaus. I know it's been a really long time. 7 years. 7 years and nothing from my friend Andreas. First Bert, then Marie, just after Magdalene was born. My wife always thought highly of you. I can't believe you didn't write back after I told you that they passed. I'm sorry. I should have written. Yes, you should have. Too late for that now, though. Why have you been such an asshole? Bobo. Hello. She likes you. Your business seems to have grown. What are you printing? The 12 articles. They were originally written by Swabian peasants who were demanding changes from their lords. You want to do a second playthrough as a total zealot and turn a cheek to anything negative that the church does? It would be interesting. It would be interesting. Who do you think would you prosecute for the crime then? Would it be Lucky? He's like the only, or would it be Otilia? They're like the only ones that aren't directly connected to the church that would have motive. Because Martin does not have a decent enough motive, apparently. Freedom from serfdom, freedom to hunt and use the woods as God intended, freedom from compulsory labor. Abolition of the inheritance tax, fair appraisal of rent, and return of property to common use and ownership. Bavaria isn't Swabia, but the complaints are just as valid for the peasants of Tassing. A former duchy in the southern Holy Roman Empire, it was reformed as the Swabian Circle in 1512. It borders Bavaria to the west and the Swiss Confederacy to the south and Austria to the southeast. You didn't find enough evidence to make a convincing case against him, at least. It's true. Very true. I didn't even investigate Lucky at all. This must be what Otto was talking about. He wanted me to bring you along. Yes, he's asked. I may come, I may not. The abbot has been squeezing the peasants for years. He's squeezing the townsfolk and we're pushing back. Their cause is righteous, Andreas. If you haven't seen the Gertners lately, you should visit them. And Otto had you print these? Yes. Why? Well, I didn't think he could read. He can't, but just about everyone else in this town can. He speaks, I print. I just try to do my part, I suppose. I'm sorry. I'm still not in the mood for this late reunion. Come back at dinner tomorrow. You should go to the Commons, hear what Otto has to say. It's worth hearing. Of course, I will see you then. Be good while we're gone, Magdalene. Will you be good? Gab gab guru guru. A cold reunion. Stay hydrated, everybody. So many people. Chelsea and you are going to eat French toast with caramelized bananas. That sounds divine. So you'll catch me later. All good, Mama. I hope you have a good time eating, and I have appreciated your company very much. Hopefully we haven't spoiled the game too much for you. I do the hydration reminders. I don't particularly like the hydration redeem that a lot of people have on their stream, because I will forget. I will actively forget to drink water and things. So I put one on mainly for myself every 20 minutes. But I think that everybody should at least have a mouthful of water or whatever liquid they're drinking every 20 minutes or so. It doesn't have to be a full guzzle, but like just a mouthful. Every 20 minutes is good intervals, I think. But yes, take care, Mama. tried to glaze over while still staying engaged. Ugh, that's a difficult challenge. I applaud you, Mama. Everyone, listen. We all know why we're here. Nothing I'm going to say will be a surprise. Nothing I'm going to say hasn't already been spoken behind closed doors, whispered to your neighbors. Nothing I'm going to say is untruthful, so it's time we started saying it openly. Year after year, the Abbey has found new ways to tax the peasants. Piece by piece, the Abbey has taken away our rights to use God's forest to support our families. Law after law gets heaped upon us, restrictions on how we can pay rent. Limits on where we can move, who we can wed. And now the death tax, which once claimed our only best animals and garments, takes half of our estate. No consideration for widows, no consideration for children. What about town council, the rappers? Surely that's a sign that the abbot wishes to share his power to listen to our grievances. You have a good heart, Ulrich. You always want to see the best in people. But no. The council is a way for the abbot to divide us, to pit a favoured few against the many. This is not charity. No, only greed and desperation drive Father Gnot. You'd think that if the abbot could, he'd steal a dead man's soul from heaven itself. And when we protested, what did Father Gnot do? He locked a shrine of St. Moritz. He won't allow the people of this town, the farmers of this land, to pray before the relic. Now, when we most need the intercession of our saint, the abbot has shut us out. Wow. You too, Mama. Goodbye and have a lovely time zone. Father Gnot's actions aren't just. They aren't Christian. We've endured the abuse for too long. It's time we let the abbot know we won't take it anymore. It's an interesting situation because the townspeople are in the right, but it seems like the abbey is also financially struggling. It's not like they are like the wealthy kings that sit on top of the castle. It's like they are the landlords that are surviving off of the rent that the tenants are paying them and don't actually have a real job. So they keep increasing the tenants' rent to sustain their lifestyle, when what they really should do is just shut down completely and leave the townsfolk without an abbey. I don't know whether that's, like, you know, something that's completely fungible in a situation like this in the 16th century, though. I don't know enough about the history of how society worked in that time to know whether or not that would just completely decimate the town, considering that a lot of it is based on tourist trade of people coming to see the relic, the hand of the saint. Too right. Hear, hear. Yes. This has to stop. Let's fix this. Stop. This is foolish. Soldiers are already patrolling nearby towns. If you push against the abbey, you'll incur the Duke's wrath. You could get the town razed and everyone killed. Hannah's right. Oof, fucking this guy. Actually, if he's saying something is right, I immediately disagree with it based on the fact that this guy is saying it. The Duke is a powerful force in Bavaria. You are playing a dangerous game, Otto. Obviously, it is like the 16th century. He wouldn't know the history of unions, but the history of unions is that they've had to fight tooth and nail for every single human right that they got and rightly deserved, because greedy people in power never actually want to give people basic human dignity, ever. If they can make a profit and essentially sell people into slavery to do so, or kill people to do so, they'll do it. That's just the history, so you have to fight. And sometimes that gets ugly. You are no match for trained soldiers. If you don't relent, you'll be ground into dust, like the Swabian peasants. We could always grind you up instead, Lionheart. Yes, Peter! They might be right if they're already soldiers about it. I don't know about this. We must stand for what's right. God is on our side. Don't be shy. Speak up if you have cause. We won't be overrun. The peasants of Salzburg were able to take the city and have their causes heard. If the people can get the Archbishop at Salzburg to listen to them, then we can do the same with the abbot. Master Andreas, do you think my family in Salzburg is alright? Don't worry, civilian losses were at a minimal. They are probably fine. Oh no, maybe we should go to Salzburg after this. Enough is enough. We can't stand by while the abbot continues treating us poorly. People all over Swabia are taking back their God-given rights. Why shouldn't we do the same? Yeah. A righteous cause. Martin's right. We deserve better. We can do this. Well spoken, Martin. Everyone ought to consider what he said. Martin has proved dependable these past few years. But if the words of men can't persuade you, perhaps a sign from a greater power will. The abbot may have locked us out of our saint shrine, but God has shown me that he is with us. I think that's all I should say for now. Thank you for coming. What has he shown you, Otto? What do you have? Good day, Andreas. Clara, it's been too long. It's lovely to see you again. Hello, Andreas. Martin's redemption arc. He is no longer a piece of shit. I'm surprised to see you after your long absence from Tassing. At this rate, we thought we'd never see you again. I missed the alpine air and the people, of course. I was on the road back to Nuremberg and wondered how you all were getting on. I was gone too long. I am sorry for not sending word of my arrival. You certainly did pick an odd time to visit. We're in the middle of a strange season. Ah, you found the Goethes. Your speech was very rousing, Otto. I swear, they get better each time. I hope the Duke doesn't catch word of this, Otto. The town could suffer. Are you looking for trouble, Otto? Of course not, but I understand what might happen if the abbot doesn't listen to reason. Even so, the people here can't go on like this. Something has to change. I'll say nothing. Otto, did you really see a sign from God? Is that true? Oh, successful. It is, Andreas. I swear. I didn't realize I was picking this option. Come talk to me later. I'll tell you what I can. Alright? Anyways, Andreas, you and yours should come by the house for supper. We'd be delighted to have you. That sounds wonderful. We'll be there, Clara. Sound good to you, Casper? Yes, Master Andreas. I'm starving. Our table is a little sparse lately, but we'll be sure to feed you well. Thank you. We'll see you there. Okay, can we talk to people now? Andreas, you're back in Tassing? For a few days I wanted to pay my respect to Brother Piero. Oh yes, Brother Piero, what a talent with colour. I'm sorry, Andreas. He was a sweet old man. I talk to him sometimes on my break up at the Abbey. I'm surprised Prior Frederick didn't give you an earful. Well, he did before the unpleasantness. I'm sure you know it shook things up at the Abbey for a while. Brother Guy made it clear I wasn't welcome at Keirsau when I arrived, so yes. For what it's worth, you're still welcome in Tassing anyway. Matthew is prior now, still strict, but a bit quieter about it. Matthew always struck me as quite pious. True, you wouldn't think piety would be something uncommon in the Abbey, but with Father Gnot. Are you in with the peasants, Andreas? Indris? Well, of course. Gnot has been running them into the ground. On top of that, we can't even use the forest anymore. Any of us used to be able to go fishing in there. Not anymore. I hope things don't get too bloody. Bloody? No one wants that, Andreas. But we're not going to get anywhere by keeping quiet. Very true. You have a good advocate in Otto. I know who Otto is, but okay, thank you, book. He's a good man, and he speaks the truth. The whole town knows it, even Leinhardt, though he wouldn't admit it. It's because he's one of the rich elite. Say, Andreas, how's the married life been treating you? After you left here to return to Nuremberg, I assume you married that girl of yours, Sabine. I did. Marriage is a legal requirement for becoming recognized as a master craftsman. Ah, yes, of course. Those obligations seldom reach a small town like ours. I imagine it would apply to me as well if I got foreign. I hope the married life has been treating you well. I still have not found anyone. Oh no! He deserves to find someone. I fear it's never going to happen. Really? Not a single person has caught your eye? Andreas, I'm so sorry. Well, when I was in Innsbruck a few years ago, I saw a real pretty girl at the market selling painted pots. Yeah, you can click a word, like this one, and your long finger comes out and it gives you a definition. For example, Innsbruck is the capital of an Austrian country of Tyrol, a major stop on the imperial road connecting Italy and Bavaria. It's the closest major city to Keirsau Abbey and Tassing. Notably, it's also the site of the witch trials in 1485. Gives you a bit of interesting information as well as these lovely illustrations, again, 2 of which I am featuring on my face right now. Not on this particular page. The turnip, though, freaks me out. Maybe I'll draw the turnip next time. I think about her sometimes, maybe more than it's Christian. You need to go back to Innsbruck and find that pretty girl. What? Really? You're older than me and not married. Go find her. That's how it should be. Life is too short to spend dreaming about loves you could have had. Trust me. You seem to feel strongly about this, Andreas. But it sounds foolish. Juvenile, you might say. I may not have found true love. That doesn't mean you can't. Are you not happy with your life, Andreas? I am not, but this is not about me. It's about you. Oh, I accidentally got the matchmaker thing. Well, if I ever have the chance to get to Innsbruck, maybe I will. There's something to look forward to after all. I thank you, Andreas. You're a man of inspiration. A pleasure. Until later, Andreas. Until then. I keep mixing their names up. Oh, I can go into the bakery now. Oh, hello. Rat. God bless you, Andreas. I'm thankful you have returned to Tassing after so long. We prayed so fondly over you after you left. Thank you, Greta. I've kept Tassing in my prayers as well. That's very kind of you. You shouldn't have bothered. I've done well for myself, but Tassing? Ugh. Hope your prayers offset the abbot. He's not as fond of me as the rest of Tassing. I'm going to just say thank you. Though it doesn't seem to have done much good. Ah, that's right. You were at Otto's speech earlier. Yes, Tassing peasants are struggling, and now even we townsfolk are pinched by the abbot's new restrictions. I worry about my husband. He's getting too involved with the whole business. What Gnot is doing in Tassing is wrong, and Otto is standing up to him. That's what Ulrich says too. I love my husband. Sometimes I worry as he focuses too intently on details. He does not see that he may be both prudent and Christian. I pray that I am not acting selfishly, but the abbot taxes have affected us too. What about Anna's future? Ulrich has been offering credit to Peter for years, which I've accepted, but now we can only bake so much bread a week before we go hungry ourselves. Can you talk to him, Andreas? Of course, Brett, but I can't promise to change his mind. God bless you, Andreas. That's all I ask. Anna? Hello, Master Andreas. She's so cute. Look at all this bread. Jeez Louise. Oh, lucky. Andreas, back in Tassing, I see. Came to visit the grave of Brother Pierre to pay my respects. Your friend, didn't mind him, was a proper Christian. He was a kind man. God rest his soul. Hope he gives us some peace too. Troubled times. I assume you're referring to Otto's speech. Won't end well. Life's getting harder for everyone, but if shit goes on, there'll be a backlash, a bloody one. Don't like the abbot coming for my fishing rights, but I will make do. I'm not sure if their lives are comparable to ours. I'll work for my wages like any man, Andreas. We work, we don't complain. It's not Christian. Ugh, I don't like that, Lucky. I suppose, how's your family doing during these troubled times? We're fine. Agnes is fine. Brigitta and Martin are fine. Martin's become far more responsible man after his return. I just wish, Never mind. Raise eyebrow quizzically. I wish Wolf hadn't died. I mourn the boy, all these years later. I hope he'd take up my mantle. I wanted to pass my knowledge and trade. I'm sorry, Lucky, I really am. Yeah. Perhaps Brigada will have another, while I live. She seems happy enough with Martin. I'd love to hear the patter of small feet again, a boy to hold a chisel and a mallet. A little stonemason making his grandfather proud. Suppose it's up to Brigada and Martin. I hope your wish comes true. It could become something other than a stonemason, you know. I hope your wish comes true. God willing. Even idling now. Got things to do. Until later, Andreas. Until then. Oh, Andreas. How good it is to see you again. And who's this? Hello, Agnes. This is my assistant, Casper. Hello. What a hale-looking boy. What does that mean? A hale-looking boy? Okay. And you, Andreas. You look very well. Why are you back in Tassing? Came to pay my respects. Well, you know, I couldn't resist the charms of country life. No, I'm going to say I was paying my respects. That's my story. I'm paying my respects. Oh, of course. I'm sure the brothers appreciated that. The last few years have been difficult for everyone. We've lost so many. Yes, I heard Bert and Maria had passed. Tragic. Yes, poor Klaus. I hope you stopped in to talk to him. He sent you letters. Ah, yes. Anyway, I won't burden you with all of Tassing's troubles. It's been good to see you again, Andreas. Until later. Until then. I must talk with everyone. Oh, I can go into his house. It was always locked before. Yes? Oh, it's you, Andreas Maler. I can't deal with you right now. Just leave. Later then. He does not want to talk to me still. Who are you? Who is this house for? Hello, who are you? Salutations! You must be that wonderful artist, no? Master Andreas Maler, yes. Wonderful, wonderful. Balter Eisenkopf, at your service, but call me Baltus, please. It's much more familiar. A pleasure, Baltus. Have you been in Tassing long? Oh, just a few seasons. My cart broke down, and I found this place so charming I decided to stay. I enjoy the quiet, but I must say I do miss the company of other intellectuals. Usually that good Dr. Stoltz and I whittle the hours away in the evenings. So naturally, when I heard a well-known artist had returned, I was beside myself. Always pleased to meet a like-minded individual. What do you do? I'm an inventor of sorts. Really? What do you make? All sorts of things, young man. Mechanical clocks of all sizes, metal mice that skitter about, even light without flame. Truly, I can't see how any of that would be useful. Truly impressive, Baltus. Thank you, Andreas. I knew a fellow artist such as yourself would appreciate my work. Stay hydrated, everybody. Ah, well, best get back to it. You know how it is for us, for you. Called to a higher art. Good luck, Baltus. Until later. Yeah, interesting. Somebody new in town. Hydration is important. Oh, I can't go into the Drucker house. Can I speak to Father Thomas more? God bless you, Andreas. Nope. Wait, is Till out on the meadows? I want to check the meadows. Oh, and check for Smokey. We must check for Smokey. Oh, a kitty. Pet the kitty, pet the kitty. Meow. Doesn't seem like he's out here. To the forest. Smokey! Oh, hello, Master Maler. You're looking well. Thank you, Smokey. How are you? I'm well enough, I guess. Václav. Oh, I miss Václav. He was a good guy. I'm back to went his way a few years ago, which I suppose was bound to happen. I miss the company sometimes, but now there's no one to keep me from my gossip. No one to tell me to tell it to me either. Have I missed much? Heh, the things I could tell you since you left Tassing. We'd be here talking till kingdom come. Oh? I did see another Imperial Reichspost courier arrive from the Abbey a few days ago. Ooh. Private mail service run by Thurn and Tax's family and approved by the Holy Roman Empire. Wow. Brother Guy dropped the bag off. Oh, dropped the bag once. It looked heavy. The Abbey must be doing better than the Abbot is letting on. I heard the Abbey was struggling with its funds. Curious, isn't it? The courier arrived once or twice a month. Doesn't help that the Abbot has tightened the restrictions so close to St. John's Eve too. The townsfolk get all sorts of mischief then. What sort of mischief? I'd wager Johann and Kat will find some corner to play in. It's practically tradition at this point. Veronica and Brigada might go out for a midnight dip by the waterfall too. They've been swimming out there for years. Now everyone's getting clever, trying to stay out of the Abbot's eye. Rightly so, he's an arse. I didn't see you in town in the Commons during Otto's speech. Aren't you standing with the peasants? Well, their cause doesn't really affect me, does it? I'm as worried as anyone about the soldiers rushing through here, but the new taxes and restrictions don't bother me. I understand why they're upset, but I've been doing fine here with less than they have. Nothing will change for me if they get their way. You can still support them. I don't want to get involved. I'm fine as I am. Supporting them would be the proper Christian thing to do, I guess. But when have any of them done the proper Christian thing for me? You provided useful service. Take pride in that. The Christian way is to help without expecting anything in return. It's the giving that counts. Easy for men of means to be benevolent. All I want is fairness, decency. I've given them my work for years, but they refuse to treat me right. They mock me for blind faith, since I have a constant eye on the kiln. For days on end, I can't go to church as often. They laugh at the way I stink. I can't help that, you know. You know, you're right. You don't owe them shit. That's true. Hence, one must be even stronger of heart to forgive them their follies. I'm not sure I have it in me. Ah, well, enough of that. Thanks for stopping by, Master Maler. Until later, Smokey. Until then. To the forest. Let's check over this way. With Father Ganot's new restrictions, the townsfolk can't even gather sticks without a fee. Oh my god. Let's go to the shrine. There's nobody here though. Can't even look at the shrine anymore. Don't go chasing waterfalls. The waterfall must flow down from the snow melt on the mountains of the Abbey. Ooh, they're building some things, maybe. Okie dokie. We shall go this way. Oh. Cat? Andreas Maler. Hello, Cat. Well, would you look at that? You are back in Tassing, and look at you. You've done well for yourself. And who's this? Cat. Please meet Casper, my apprentice. Hello. He's got the posture of an artist, that's for sure. Good strong face, though. I do? What brings you back to Tassing, Andreas? I'm just passing through on the way to Nuremberg. I saw Martin earlier. I must say, I was surprised to see him. How have you been, Cat? You seem very well. I feel well. The past few years have been challenging, but I'm stronger now for the Lord's trials. France passed a few winters ago. Then Wolf... Oh, poor baby. Brigida and I nearly lost the farm and our mines. But Martin returned shortly after, and he's proved to be a changed man, a good man. He saved us from destitution. I've been wondering where Wolf was. I'm sorry, Cat. I don't know what else to say. I'm sorry. There's nothing to say, is there? He was a good boy, a sweet little boy. The stars dimmed when he passed. That was years ago now. I try not to dwell on it and be strong for Brigida, and to find solace in the knowledge that he is with God now. Times may be hard and Tassing right now, but God truly does answer our prayers. I'm glad you and your family are doing well, Cat, despite everything. Thank you, Andreas. It truly is good to see you again, even in the midst of such terrible times. Until later, Cat. Until then. Martin! Andreas Maler, good to see you again after all these years. I'm surprised to say you'd say that. Your parting words to me back then were hardly kind. Were they? It's been so long, I don't remember. You told me to eat shit. Oh, God, that's bad. I was such a little shit. Well, sorry for being such an asshole back then. Seems like you've learnt a lot since then. 7 years is a long time for a young man, especially one going through what I was. What happened to you anyway? Oh, right. You know, I stole some of the Baron's things. I didn't make it far with them. I tried to sell them a while ago and got robbed. Serves me right, I guess. Luckily, they didn't find the coins I was carrying. The money carried me around Bavaria for another month and a half. Then I started stealing. I grew bigger and more confident over time and became a highwayman. You're a bandit? Hard to believe, I know, but yes. Anyway, it didn't last long. I eventually got scared out of it. I had a partner for the last year of my adventures. We tried to rob some Italians. We thought they were merchants traveling under the banner of St. George. A secondary Praetorian Guard and patron saint of England. He is the most well known for his legendary victory against the dragon. Yes, George and Dragon. I remember that guy. But they were soldiers guarding money from the Bank of St. George in Genoa. Exactly. I learnt that later. My partner didn't survive the encounter. I was wounded and alone in the wilderness. I thought of my father and mother and Brigida. I realized I couldn't remember Wolf's face anymore. I had to come back and take up my responsibilities I had left behind. Was coming back difficult? It was. It felt like I'd stepped out of another life into this one. It took me a while to get used to everything, to remember how things used to be. It's all in the past now. I just need to look forward. It's quite a speech you made in the you gave back in the Commons. He needs support. The townsfolk aren't as committed to opposing the abbot. They have less to gain and more to lose if the abbot chooses to get the Duke involved. Anyway, I have to get back to work. Good talking to you, Andreas. Alright, until later. Hello, Andreas. Hello, Brigada. How are you? As well as anyone can be in Tassing right now. Looks like things are going well for you and Martin returned after all. Yes, and the winter without him was excruciating. I lost the little wolf, and Cat was also worried that she'd lose the farm after Franz died. But then Martin returned, and he provided well for us ever since. Despite the tightening restrictions, we've gotten by. I'm thankful. I'm sorry to hear about Wolf. Thank you. I try not to think about it. Cat wants us to talk about him all the time, you know. Any night there's clear skies, she looks up and asks if I ever wonder how he's doing up there. Martin's redemption arc. I feel so bad about Wolf, though. He did... Poor Wolf. That must be excruciating. Yes, it is. I'm sorry, Andreas. I can't talk about this anymore. I'm sorry I brought him up. Was that a good idea? Why did you think she'd want to talk about her dead son? I was just trying to say I'm sorry for your loss. Were you trying to hurt her? Does it feel good to you, hurting the wound? What is... No, I was trying to be kind. Doesn't seem like she's been gifted with a kindness. No. You wouldn't want somebody to talk to you about it. That's why you don't mention it. Are you even listening to me? We say these things even though they are reminding inflicts immense pain. We say these things because it is the only way through. I'm sorry, I don't know what else to say. Then say it. But will it make any difference? I'm sorry I brought him up, Brigada. You didn't know. It's alright. It's been good to see you again, but I should get going. Until later. Until then. Yeah, I assume the widow died. It's been 7 years. Eddie. Hello, Andreas. Hans. Oh, he's grown up. Hey, Andreas, I heard a rumor that you are back. Hello, Hans. Meet Casper, my apprentice. Hello. Hello, are you from Nuremberg like Andreas? I'm from Salzburg. Is that very far from here? Not too far. I think a few days to the east on horseback. I've never been outside of Tassing. Or ridden a horse. Tassing is a wonderful place to live. Well, you should get out of this place while you can, while you're young, Hans. It's a shithole. I'm gonna say Tassing is a wonderful place to live. I guess some of the men in town say it would be better if the Abbey weren't around. They'd have to contend with a lord that's hardly better. They might be right about that. What do you think? There are worse things in this world than Father Gnot's taxes, Hans. They might be right about that. What do you think? I don't know. Could be nice to have a change. Be careful what you wish for. Change doesn't always come peacefully in the Empire. I guess we'll see. Until then, Hans. Johann! Andreas Maler. Didn't expect to see you back in Tassing. You look like you've done well for yourself. Thanks, and how have you been? Things went well for a while after you left. Widow Kemper lost her land, and the abbot let us work it. Oh, did she die though? What happened to her? My brother's heart gave out not long after, but then Martin came back to help with the work of the land. Even so, it's been hard to keep up with the abbot's demands, the tax, and everything else. Sounds like a lot of people are upset with the abbot these days. They have good reason to be. I know you didn't get on well with the men either. Father Matthias never let things get this bad. Anyway, good to see you, Andreas, even if you are just passing through. Until later. It's a Gertner's house. Alright, let's go in for dinner. Hello again, Andreas. We're about to sit down for supper. Care to join? I'll walk around a bit more. Hello, Andreas. Hello, Andreas. Hello. Hello, Ursula. Do you remember me? No. Should I? It's me, Andreas. I've been a friend of your family for ages. I suppose you wouldn't recognize me. I'm not a poor artist. I'm not the poor artist your parents boarded. No, you were very young when I was last in Tassing. I boarded in your parents' house. You used to poke me in the foot with a stick to wake me up. I did? You did. I stayed in the room upstairs. I kind of remember that. Oh no. I think you told me a story once. Mom and Dad sometimes talk about you. They say you went away for more training. What was that like? Well, while I was in Aragon, I learned a new technique to make colours that... No, not about the art, Andreas. About your travels. I do love Ursula. She's very cute, but it sounds like she's sick. The cough makes me concerned. It gives me tuberculosis vibes. But it could be anything. Like, you know, illness ran rampant in the 16th century, especially among peasants. But she is an excellent character. Plague. Not the plague! Alright, alright. Never met so many different people than I have in Aragon. In the forest of Aragon, I saw a giant. I've never met so many different people than I have in Aragon. The ports are bustling with saccharins and ships full of gold coming back from the New World. Mom said a dark man from Abyssian visited once, but I was too little to remember. She said he was a Christian and lived in the abbey with the monks. Yes, Brother Sabet. He was visiting and delivered a gift to the abbot. He told you a story too, up in the shrine in St. Moritz. Do you remember? I don't think so. He sounds interesting. I wish someone interesting would visit us. I'm right here, Ursula. Maybe he'll come back someday. You never know who might turn up in Tassing. I guess. Andreas, can I ask you something? Of course. Do you know the story about Pentiment and the Wild Hunt? In Germanic folklore, the Wild Hunt is a supernatural cavalcade of spirits and fiends which may cause the destruction or portent war and other catastrophes if not adequately appeased. The Wild Hunt is often led by a legendary figure such as Pentiment or the devil. Pentiment is the pagan goddess of the Alps associated with animals and spinning wool. She's still invoked by some Christians in Austria, Switzerland, Bavaria, and Swabia. Fun fact, they just added Percha to the skin of the game Hunt Showdown. Ugh. I can English. That sounds cool. Really enjoyed seeing that pop up in this while playing. That is really cool. A little. I didn't learn about them until I lived here. Why? Aren't they bad? Bad how? Well, my grandpa tells me things about Perchita and spirits and charms. And the old woman, Ottilia, she talks about them too and says all these words I don't understand. She told me they're part of the old ways or something. Where is Ottilia? Is she still alive? Is she living somewhere else? So, why do you think they're bad? Well, my dad says I shouldn't listen to any of it. He says it's nonsense and that Father Thomas would be mad. Fuck Father Thomas. Do not have a second thought for Father Thomas. He is not worth thinking about. He said he only tolerates it with old people because they're too stuck in their ways. I don't want to get in trouble, but Grandpa says if I don't learn the old ways, they'll just be forgotten. So are they bad? They're not bad. You should learn what you can while you can. They're not bad, but those stories could get you in trouble. I want to tell her she should learn what she can while she can, because that's what I truly believe. And I think Andreas would say that as well, because he is a lover of books and knowledge. Really? I mean it. Why not? Oh, I told an ordinary travel story that bored her. Oh, I failed. I'm sorry. Forget I said anything. Until later. Apparently I should have told her a fanciful tale. I'm too honest in this game. Hello, Andreas. Good to see you back in town. Hello, Veronica. How have you been? Oh, you know, pulled every which way. Mom's seen a cow about what I'll give her grandchildren. As if I'm not doing enough work already. You're married now? It's a good idea to set yourself up for the future, Veronica. You don't rush something as important as children. You're married now? Oh, yeah. I guess you wouldn't know. Big Jorg and I were married 2 springs back. Congratulations to you and Big Jorg. Congratulations to you both. Thanks. Now Mom's nagging me about when we'll have kids. Good idea to set yourself up for the future. Are you two having trouble? You shouldn't rush something as important as children. That's what I keep telling her. Maybe you should talk to her, Andreas. If it comes from someone as successful as you, maybe she'll pay attention. Anyway, I should get back to work. We're all preparing for the festival. I'll leave you to it. Until later, Veronica. See you, Andreas. Kids want fairy tales. I did like fairy tales as a child. But I was genuinely interested in, like, real life as well. I want to hear about people's real life experiences. I don't know. I was also a weird child. Hello, ill Peter. Eh? Oh, it's you, the artist from a few years ago. Yes, Andreas Maler. I'm surprised you remember me. Everyone seems to think my mind is going, but I'm as sharp as a nail. Interest makes nails, you know. Good man. Oh, right. Are you staying with my family again? No, I'm staying at the Golden Hand. Ha! Those misers charge us just as much as the pilgrims for a drink, but I won't support my son in his cause. That's what that new abbot must have gotten to them. The bastard. Oh, it's you. Don't get too excited, ill Peter. It's you. Why do you hate the abbot so much? Everything went to shit after Father Matthias died. That's very true. That man, God rest his soul, never increased taxes. He might have asked for a tithe in a harder winter, but we're happy to help the abbey then. We could take from the forest as we needed. Brother Florian helped us in our illnesses. Let us follow in the ways of our forefathers. A true Christian, that abbot. And then, Father Gnot promised he would keep everything between the abbey and us peasants the same, and we were foolish enough to believe him. At first he refused to allow Florian to come down anymore. Taxes got higher, he stopped allowing us to pay in goods and livestock. Now he only takes coin, as though we can come by enough of that in a year to pay our rent alone. The bastard doesn't give a damn about us, not how Father Matthias did. The abbey had patrons then, times weren't as hard, but it's not Father Gnot's fault he had to increase taxes. I didn't realize how bad the restrictions were. Father Gnot's been an arse longer than I thought. I'm gonna say this last one. Father Gnot's been an arse longer than I thought. You should have talked to my son. You should help him stop that bastard abbot. I should go. Alright. Alright, let's have some dinner. Hello again, Andreas. We're about to sit down for supper. Care to join? It would be my pleasure. Oh, look at this. I love this. We're all squished around the table. But, like, there's still a gap here for some reason. It's truly a blessing to have everyone back together, if only briefly. Keep an eye on that boy of yours, Andreas. See that he minds how much he takes. Young boys eat too goddamn much. Peter, stop that. Andreas is our guest. Why don't you lead us in grace? Fine. Bless us, O Lord, and these gifts for which we are about to receive from your bounty. We pray again for our beloved Christine, gone now these many years. Please help me protect my family in these difficult times. Through Christ our Lord, amen. Amen, 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 amen. Amen, amen. And Master Andreas, why are we the only ones with bread? Getners can't afford a lot of bread. They're being polite. Andreas, it's so good to have you at our table again. And with another guest. This young man your assistant? Casper, yes, he's my apprentice. Ah, that would explain why I saw him writing in that little journal. I remember you did the same thing when you lived here. You still drawing your journal, Andreas? I prefer to spend what little free time I have in books these days. I've been trying to spend more time on the land. It's hard to be in touch with God's splendor in a city like Nuremberg. I'm gonna say I prefer to spend what little free time I have in books these days. Aunt Ava said that she'll teach me to read, but her books got destroyed in a flood. Humph, how nice that you have the time. We toil all day, and that despicable abbot is starving us all while he sips on the sacrament of his wine. Lay off him, Dad. He only just got here. I'm gonna see whether I can leave the bread. How have the fates been treating you these past few years? Ugh. The Lord is testing us with another hard season, I'm afraid. That's one way to say it. Been miserable as all shit around here. I am hoping that Ursula has just inherited ill Peter's, but pertinent to sickness and not actually like deathly ill. I am hoping. Maybe you should be resting, Grandpa. If I'm gonna die, I'm gonna do it sitting up on my own goddamn table. The whole family's been ill, Andreas. Peter, his father, and Ursula with an org, and me as well. Tara lost a child in childbed a few years ago now. Oh my god, I'm so sorry. Do you have any idea what the cause might be? Andreas. It's alright, Veronica. Agnes suggests that it might have been a fright I was given during the flood. She was nearly swept away in the flood. Then the child came early. Yeah, well, stressful times can do that for certain. Agnes tried her best to save him, but he had a deformity of the skull and didn't live very long. It may have been inevitable, unfortunately. It was monstrous. Monstrous! Surely the child is with the Lord now. The Lord doesn't seem to be look our way any longer. I didn't realize there was a thought bubble until after I clicked it. That's why it's time to take matters into our own hands. We're eating. Not at the table. He's right. What do you think? Please, can we not talk about this now? Do I have to select the bread? Can I choose to leave it? I feel bad. I wanted to choose to leave it, but I couldn't. Joachim was married while you were away, Andreas. Yes, I'd heard. You and Veronica make a match, Jorg. Make a good match, Jorg. Heh, thanks. Jorg has been good to me. There aren't many other options in Tassing anyway. It's been a couple of springs, but I'm still not used to being married. Congratulations, Jorg. I'm happy for you. Thanks, Andreas. It's been our blessing in a dark season. One blessing in a dark season. With children soon to come, I hope. What? I don't get it. Would come off as disrespectful if you didn't eat it, I feel. As if they haven't... As if what they have isn't good enough for you. But what if I, like, hid it? Or, like, what if I like, you know, broke it up and, like, distributed it to people just casually? Just like, here, have some. Oh, forget it, Ursula. What have you been up to, Andreas? Foreign patrons are fussy, and I've been spending a fortune trying to keep my inks wet and canvases dry. Nuremberg is miserable, and I'm paying a commission, but patrons are paying to be added, so it's taking ages to finish. I've been so busy with Casper, my apprentice, I've never had any time to myself. What should I say? My life seems so far from theirs now. Mine's gone blank. Don't leave them waiting. Can't think of anything. Leave me alone. They'll think you're rude if you don't say something. I've been so busy with Casper's apprenticeship, I haven't had any time to myself. Better not to have any children, then. I do my best to be helpful. Ursula, maybe you should excuse yourself and rest. You're sick. But Mom, I'm still hungry. Yeah, Ursula, you can have mine. It's not fair that nobody else gets any bread besides Master Andreas and me. Stop. Ursula, give it back to him. I'm not going to have people in this town saying we can't feed our goddamn guests. Besides, we all have work to get back to, don't we? Good. That was awkward. Time to get back to it, Andreas, and we'll see you and your boy later. My apologies, Peter. We don't mean to overstay our welcome. It's all right, Andreas. He's just in a bad mood. It was lovely to see you again. Yes, thank you for coming, Andreas. Will you be staying for St. John's Eve? I think so. Good. Hopefully we'll see you later. Until then. Alright, we'll go back to the hotel, to the inn, whatever the place is. And then I think I'll have to call it a night because it is 1:30 a.m. I let time get away from me for certain. Yes, it is sleepy time for me. Every time I play this game, I get carried away. Oh no, not Amelie again. The sins of Saul! The sins of Saul! I know who Saul is, but I'm gonna click it anyway. The first monarch of Israel, according to the Old Testament, Saul was divinely rejected from kingship after disobeying the prophet Samuel's instructions. Master, did you hear that? It sounded like someone crying out. I think it's Sister Amelie. She's a mystic. And she may be having one of her visions. Sister Amelie, are you alright? The Philistines. This is the hand of God. Compline! Compline! Sister, is something happening at Compline? It's Compline right now. No! Sister? Sister Amelie? You're the artist Andreas. Do you remember me? Yes, you were here when the Baron was killed. You've changed. Hopefully for the better. God knows. Though he reveals and he hides his will, he always knows our inner heart, even if we do not know it ourselves. The music for Amelie is great. I wish Father Thomas were here. Would you like Casper to go get him? If he could, yes. His house is just around the corner. Casper, run and get Father Thomas. Yes, Master Andreas. Your son? My apprentice, Casper Zelig from Salzburg. No, my apprentice, but I think of him like a son. No, I have no son. My wife and I... ... So, I'm pretty sure he had a child and it died. He's my apprentice. He seems eager to please you. Of course, it's the job of an apprentice. He's quite enthusiastic, yes. I feel his devotion is misplaced in me. He's quite enthusiastic, yes. I have little knowledge of the workings of masters and apprentices. My world is one of spirits decoupled from the march of life and death. I see and hear your world turning from this little window, but they are mercifully small glimpses. Mercifully small. This cell allows me to contemplate mysteries without the noise of the outside world polluting my thoughts. Your world is the world of normal lives and normal thoughts. It can be difficult to hear the divine, much less make sense of it. I have no will to be part of that world. I strive to have no will at all, but to subordinate myself to the will of God. When my will is God's will, his will, he will grace me with visions, confusing though they may be. To join your will to be intimate with Jesus as though he were your wedded husband. It must be frustrating. Surely it could be interpreted with scripture. Certainly if God is giving you visions, he wants you to understand them. I'm going to say the first one. I like it the best. To join your will to be intimate with Jesus as though he were your wedded husband. That is a bold thing to see, Master Maler. Where did you hear that? Why do you assume I've heard it? I have thoughts of mine. I read it in a book written by an English mystic. I had someone translate it for me. I am glad you have an interest in spiritual matters. But these are not words to speak lightly, nor ideas to speak lightly of. The revelations we experience can be terrifying to us and to those who witness us experiencing them. They are not dreams, but waking visions of the greatest divine forces. It's interesting that she uses, like, plural pronouns for the most part. I wonder whether she has a plurality to her mind, maybe. Or whether she is just using it as, like, sort of the royal we. You know, to refer to her and people like her, or her and the church, or her and God. Dunno. It's interesting, though. I will say nothing. Sister, what is the hole in the ground? My grave. That's morbid. That seems macabre. I dug it before Father Thomas read me my funeral rites before I was enclosed here. I dig a little more in it each day. Most people find it shocking, but it is my devotion, my vocation. Once someone finds their calling, they must answer it fully. What if the calling is wrong? I don't think it's that simple, of course. How could we do otherwise? Was a calling to a cloistered life not enough? What if the calling is wrong? I wish I could give a helpful answer, but I do not know. I felt this was my calling even before I could admit it to myself. Is your calling in question, Andreas? Is your life? Both, I think. I've lost my love. My love for art, love for family, love for anything. The last 7 years have been hard. It was all too much for me. Don't lose hope, Andreas. The human heart is no small thing. It can hold so much. Augustine? Saint Augustine of Hippo was an early Christian philosopher, theologian, and bishop of Hippo Regis. He is recognized as a doctor of the church and most known for his works, The City of God and his autobiographical confessions, as well as his development for the doctrine of original sin. Interesting. Father Thomas. Andreas, thank you for sending Casper. She asked for you. Are you alright, Sister Amalie? Yes, Father. I may have had another vision. I remember little of it. Master Maler and his apprentice heard nothing specific. It is unfortunate, but I am glad you are alright. Andreas, Casper, could you excuse us? We appreciate your help, but I must tend to her now in the church. Of course, Father. Good evening. God bless you both. Master Andreas, I'm confused. What did all that mean? I'm not sure, but the last time I heard Sister Amelie have a vision, it was just before the Baron was murdered. Another murder, maybe. What? Do you think Sister Amelie could be receiving a warning? It's easy to think that, especially after the fact that I was only present for the murder and one other vision. Perhaps there is a medical explanation for her condition. A fever or St. Anthony's fire. I'm skeptical, it's possible. I'm gonna say perhaps there's a medical explanation. I would honestly say both. The logical one, that I was only here for one vision and then the murder happened and then I don't actually have any other experience with her visions, so I don't know. But there's also possibly a medical explanation. I would just say all of it. Here's my issue with these choices. I would just say all of it. She may truly see and hear these things but not understand their source. How sad to think that she may not be seeing visions of God at all. That's for her and the Father Thomas to figure out. It's none of our business. Yes, if that is the case, it's tragic. I'm gonna say that's for her and Father Thomas to figure out. It's none of our business. Come, Cass, so let's retire for the evening. Very interesting. I was not expecting that. Let's go in. Is anybody about? Nobody's about. We'll just go to bed. The room is sparse compared to what I'm used to. Oh, aren't you snazzy now? It's getting late. I should get some rest. Go to sleep. Oh, he's got a little yellow nightcap. That's so cute. Look at these cute little beans. He's all yellow. Meet Illuminated at the library. Okay. Well, I'm pretty sure it auto saves. Yeah. Leave game. And then if I click continue, it will take me here. Yes. Okay. Well. Oh. I am in the Revolution chapter. It's very exciting. Oh. It's been an absolutely fantastic game to play. I've really appreciated it, and all you chill cats and killer kittens and variations thereupon that have come in and hung out with me for however long you've been able to hang out with me. I appreciate all of you. And we'll stream this possibly tomorrow, possibly Saturday. Who knows? I would love to get this finished before the new year. But yes, I'll catch you guys all next time.